Every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Hey, the crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Josh, Nick, and Austin.
Austin! Tuesday
Austin
John, as they call me.
Yeah, Tuesday John.
We were just talking about taking a couple Tuesday Johns, am I right?
No better than a Tuesday John.
Bang! Bang!
God.
It's good. I didn't have it pulled up yet.
Oh, bummer.
Let's
Hold
The
on.
best Tuesday Johns are like, yeah,
Bang!
Got him.
I love being Lightning McQueen in the bathroom.
Ooh.
No tires.
Speedy.
Very speedy. I want to get in and out as quick as possible. I don't want to be in the bathroom.
By the way, we told Alyssa earlier it is going to be a Gen Z crossover, and she got very excited. She was also excited because she wanted to talk to Austin about Survivor 50,
Yes.
which it seems like I heard that bouncing around the hallways.
We did get some talk in, so that was good. If anyone wants to discuss Survivor 50, you can join the chat. I'll just communicate
Yeah,
that way.
Austin
I don't want it
Austin
to
knows
translate.
better.
Yeah, I don't want to translate it over the airwaves. I just want to keep it in our private chat.
I have you know Totem. I have a Survivor
Poll.
question.
Okay.
So
That
it's
was a
the
good one.
50th season of Survivor, right? That's
Indeed.
why they call it Survivor 50.
Uh-huh.
But they do multiple seasons a year.
Yeah, 2.
So is it still a season if there's 2 in the same year?
Yes.
Well, there are 4 seasons in a year in like weather patterns. so-
Right, but weather isn't TV.
Okay.
Yeah, but
I don't really know what argument you're trying to make
he's-
here.
That's
No,
not an argument. I'm
he's-
asking.
He's
'cause-
trying to say that seasons, it's not Survivor's 50th year anniversary.
no,
It's their
I get
50th.
that.
So they're not, there's no problem.
Well, to
There's
be
no
fair,
issue.
young Nick, there have been other years of Survivor where only one season was a part of that year. One was the COVID year, another one was the first
COVID.
2 that they only recorded in the year prior, so then
COVID.
they had it in everything. So yeah,
So just, I mean, help me out here, because every other
They've had
show.
50 seasons. This is the 50th season. That's
not
what they're
every other
celebrating.
show, Nick.
Yes.
That's just not true.
I know.
The Bachelor has
What's Nick?
multiple
I'm not
seasons a
listening.
year.
What was
I'm
Nick
trying to
asking
explain,
about?
but Matt keeps thinking he knows what I'm going to say.
You
Oh.
are making no sense.
Because you won't let me explain.
No,
dummy.
Because you don't need to make. You
Gen
don't need to
Z,
explain.
hey, come on, we got to combine. Let's not get upset at
A
you.
lot of shows, it's usually 1 season per year.
True.
So
Not
then,
Survivor.
except for Survivor. That's why I said a lot of shows.
I feel like there are other shows, like The Amazing Race is another one of them. The NFL, they have seasons that transpire over different calendar years.
Hockey.
Hockey literally
yeah.
happens in 2
The
different years.
NBA,
Yeah,
college
basically
football.
every sport but baseball.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Baseball's the only sport that just takes place in the year.
There's also like how many seasons of NCIS has there been? How many seasons of ridiculousness there's been? There's been like 80 seasons of ridiculousness.
Kenneth
Grey's
writes, I
Anatomy.
think I'm a Survivor winner for surviving this crossover.
It just started. Congratulations, Kenneth.
Kenneth writes, crappy poo sneer.
Doesn't like isn't like Catching Rule or whatever? What's that podcast name again?
House rules.
House Rules or
Catching
whatever.
Rule.
They had
That was
multiple-
Chasing 3.
they
Did
had-
you already forget that one
they-
too?
they- had-
R.I.P. Chasing 3 hours.
They had multiple.
Oh, you could have been a
multiple
guest.
seasons in a
Dang
year.
it.
If I still did my running pod, I could have Austin on.
R.I.P.
I took a long walk yesterday.
Mm.
Took a brisk walk.
Were you chasing 3?
Or chasing 3 pounds. I'm trying to lose some weight.
Whoa.
How'd the walk go?
Walking's a good start.
That was great, but I did run into a problem that I did solve. But
Oh,
then
wait,
there-
you were going to ask me about trails. I was going to give you some Rex
yeah, you can
on
give
trails.
me some Rex later. It's okay.
Okay.
I do
I
have
don't
a
wanna dox
complaint
you.
though. I do have an issue.
With?
Really emphasize the
I
T on
hate
complaint.
scooters and not the coffee. All right, the Scooter's coffee is fine.
Scooter's
Way to
coffee.
support local.
Thank you.
And a fine
but
sponsor occasionally of the station.
I'm talking about those like actual scooters, those electric
The lemons or the
scooters.
limes?
Yes, whatever the hell they call the birds, if you will.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just whipping around everywhere. All
Yeah.
right, all these people, they're like my age,
Mm.
right? On these scooters, going like 25 miles an hour, just zipping by me like it's Fast and Furious, like
Yeah.
we're in Tokyo Drift.
So people who can't walk, you're against, is what
You
you're
had
saying.
2 legs. They are totally capable of walking. They're
Interesting.
totally capable of getting around. It's not like downtown Omaha's big. It's not. Downtown Omaha is fairly, it's walkable.
Oh,
Sure.
Small town, Omaha downtown.
You
Wow,
can-
Western Nebraska, Matt.
People
I
are
walked
saying
from
that.
the old market to downtown. Hell, I walked from Crane's campus to downtown to the old market. I did that walk.
Isn't the old
yesterday.
market downtown?
It's all downtown.
Yeah, but
you know?
downtown. But
It's
of course,
Like the song says.
You also did that inebriated, so that's like time never
I
passed.
did that yesterday, and I only got a beer after I was done
Unless you have to
walking.
go to the bathroom.
That is true.
Oh
Then
man,
that's
is
the
there
longest
anything
walk in
worse?
history.
Oh my gosh, then you like left a bar and you got to go because you broke the seal.
That happened the other day where I literally had to park my car in a parking lot where I
Was it on
not-
You
Friday
did it in
night
the
after
parking
we-
lot?
after
No,
we
I
had-
had to pull into a parking lot.
Was it on Friday? Because we had a few drinks together.
No, it was on Saturday. I
Okay.
was like, I have to park here and I have to go in here right now.
Whoa, Alyssa writes on the
And have a Tuesday John, if you will.
That is ableist.
Alyssa. Matt is ableist.
Matt
I'm not
McAbleist.
If you can walk,
I could walk, others can't.
no, that's not what it is. What
Bet you're
is-
enjoying the Paralympics.
No,
Yeah,
it's
he
absolutely.
hasn't tuned
I'm
into it in
better
a
than
minute.
you.
Has that been on Middays with Matt yet? Probably not. The people are clamoring for more Paralympics.
You guys don't even cover baseball
What are you
on,
talking
on
about?
this show.
Michael Bruntz is on the show today.
Yeah. Also, well, a slice of college baseball is canceled today.
Rip.
Why? Why is it canceled? It's actually racist.
I didn't have time to get to it today.
It's also football season. That's why.
Yeah. Also, what do you mean we don't talk baseball on the show? We talk about baseball all the time.
All you do is talk about Husker football. That's all you do.
on
All you do is-
unsportsmanlike conduct.
All you do is talk about Husker football.
This is a
Jacob Bigelow was right. It's March, and all you want to do is talk about Husker football.
We never.
Wow,
talk
that
about
was a
Husker-
year ago.
It
God.
was.
Dude, can you play the Jacob Bigelow
Ba-
Memorial
ba-da,
football
ba-da,
segment of the day?
That was
Memorial.
great.
I don't know if I still have that anymore.
Oh, no.
It was a memorial. Jacob Bigelow no longer on 1620 of the zone.
Not. By the way, everyone's always saying we canceled him. We did not cancel him.
I gave Jacob
He
a call,
canceled himself.
and I said, Jacob,
Self-canceled.
what do you think? And he goes, I'm good. And I'm like,
Is that your impression of Jacob? I'm good.
That's a really good impression of him.
Thank you.
I almost thought he was in the room with us.
you don't want to hang out with the guy. You don't want to be a part of our
I never said I
secret
didn't.
society. We sent Jacob a letter. We sent him an envelope.
I don't
and we
want to
had-
hang out with a bunch of Gen Z boys.
we
We
had
put a
a-
bag over his head. We put him in the back of a car. We
We had-
waterboarded him with Bush Light.
we
It was
put-
great.
we put
Waterboard him
Hawaii-
with football podcast.
Hey.
Oh,
No!
here's Michael Severe talking about left guard.
Oh, here we go. Locked on Nebraska. Whoa!
Is Jacob Bigelow sleep paralysis demon Michael Severe?
Oh my gosh, I love this
Daddy
idea.
needs a touchdown.
I love the idea.
I
of-
can't wait until they write a book about what happened, about what actually occurred. I can't wait for Trev to sit down and write a book.
I love the idea of waterboarding somebody with
You like
podcast
waterboarding?
with
Josh
I knew
Peterson
he
for
would do that.
torture.
Hey,
yeah, interrogation.
Matt,
was
let
his-
us be the ones who make wild accusations against you, okay?
Yeah.
We'll handle this
Yeah.
part
I'm
of the
yelling
show.
too much, but the people who are listening on the radio, I'm sorry for you.
Captain writes, I brought back Jay Bigelow.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, Captain. Godspeed.
Yeah. He said I was the
I
one
like
who
Captain.
made the Jay Bigelow burner accounts.
Yeah, he was being really weird.
That has to be
Gary
pretty.
and Matt's chat.
That's got to be pretty honorable, though, right? Like if you get a burner account named after you, that's a pretty good start to
Pretty
your
sure Jacob-
media career.
Jacob Bigelow's burner account is probably Nick Skoskis.
Oh,
Wow. That guy has disappeared off the face of the earth.
Jacob
how many games
Jacob
has he
Bigelow
done?
put him in
since?
a
None,
box.
right?
I believe the
No, I
answer
think he
is
did one.
zero.
I think he did one.
Was it a
But was it
Michigan
the
game?
week of?
He did, yes. It
Okay.
was
That
like
would make
immediately
sense, yeah.
after.
So
That
it was
makes
already
sense.
on the sketch, and
It was
then they
like-
were like, never mind.
Penn
sometimes-
State, Minnesota, because those two
Who?
teams.
Mm.
Minnesota.
I like to think of my broadcasting career much
Like Joe
like Nick.
Biden?
No, much.
Oh,
I
sleepy?
too haven't done any games since then.
Sleepy
Wow.
Austin.
I did fall asleep earlier today. Took a mid-morning nap. It felt nice.
Yeah, I
It was good.
texted you. I couldn't believe when you responded. You were like, I'll check when I get into the office.
That
To
was
which I
yesterday.
That's true. But I was
Yeah.
like, whoa, this is later than normal. Are
Yeah.
you not an early morning boy anymore?
No, just for this slight time because I got
because of the
state
whole
basketball.
state
yes.
basketball sitch.
That takes
Okay.
up a lot of time. the
I don't
next
know.
week.
On Sundays, I always want to take a 1 o'clock nap on a Sunday.
Oh, thank God football's not on anymore.
That's when the
am I right?
Jets play.
Dude,
That's a good time.
I'm gonna be real with you. There's sometimes like
Do
in
you
the
miss it?
second quarter of the 3:25 games on Sundays.
This is crazy. You take a nap.
I'm like,
Well,
if
If I too was listening to Tony Romo, I also would wish to go to sleep.
and
Got him.
I'm also watching the Carolina Panthers take on the Washington
Whoa.
Commanders.
Whoa.
Hey, listen, that's
Whoa.
not true. Carolina barely plays at the 3:25. We are a noon franchise.
That's true.
Kenny Albert is like your hometown announcer.
That is true.
I don't think you're allowed to play at 3:25 unless it's like the Cowboys.
We will get usually
Yeah.
one Thursday night game a year, and then we will also get a noon kickoff.
Do you play at 12 o'clock and you go, what is this?
It's very strange. Whenever the Cowboys,
That
I have
is
to like,
crazy.
I
That
have
is
to,
so wild.
I have to like
me.
plan my day differently, like noon. I don't even get to watch the game with my dad if it's at noon because he's always doing stuff on Sunday.
Is
Right.
this
Dad
a-
activities?
Yeah, so thankfully it only happened like 3 times last season.
Right. Whoa.
Is this like when the Kansas City Chiefs play on a Sunday? They're like, I don't know what to do with my
Dude,
hands.
so I remember it was either last year. Well,
it was 2 years ago. They played on every
That's what
day
it
of the
was.
week. They played on a
Oh
Monday.
yeah, that's right. Because
Tuesday,
Christmas
Wednesday.
is the Wednesday game. Yeah, that's right.
they had, because we talked to Mitch Holtis. It's everyone's favorite interview every week. Oh man, the Wikipedia page doesn't have the kickoff times for all these games.
Well, why did
All
they
right, I'm gonna
play on
scroll.
a Tuesday? Why?
You can find it on Football Reference. That's where I found.
maybe they played.
They didn't play on a Tuesday. That was the one day they didn't play on, but they played on every other day because Christmas was on a Wednesday, famously. So okay, here it was. Here was their first noon game of the year. I want you to guess the week that it happened.
I think I know
12.
this. I think it's 13.
It was 10.
Oh.
Dang.
Week 10 versus the Broncos. That was the Stibbs.
the stinky
blocked
Broncos.
the blocked field goal game. So that was at noon. And
Did they beat you
then
in a Super Bowl, Austin?
Me,
they
personally,
played
no.
at the Panthers. We were in Vegas. Remember that trip,
Oh,
Nick?
That's right.
I remember
Bryce Young
watching-
almost cooked them.
Yeah, Chiefs Panthers in Vegas. That was a noon game. Now that was on the road.
Yes,
And then
that's
they
more
played
of a Panthers fault. That's not a
Correct.
That's not a Kansas City fault.
Then they played the Browns in week 15 on a Sunday, and then it was Christmas stuff. So they played 2 noon Sunday games that whole season.
They lost that game to the Raiders on Christmas.
No, they played the Steelers on Christmas. They beat them. You're talking about 2020,
5 or
3.
2024.
Oh yeah, it was
2023. That was funny when they lost that one.
Dang it, Stibbs.
That was really funny.
I bet the Raiders on that game. One of my
Did
better
you?
bets.
Good job.
I was just like on a whim. I'm like
Dog
weird.
of the day.
Wow, they
Yes.
called you a madman.
You know, you guys gave me credit for you know what? I hate you guys.
Did you just?
I hate
Did you just put in a Michigan future?
I just don't even want to do
Can we get
They called me a madman. Wolverines to win the title.
Can we
I-
get Otson to make a graphic of Austin saying they called me a madman? But it's
I did.
just about the dumbest, most
I
obvious.
did.
I want specifically your face swapped with like the Joker from the scene from The Dark Knight where he's burning the money. He's
Well,
like,
this-
some people just want to watch the world burn, and it's you with your bet slips of NFL favorites and all their futures.
a money line minus
You
10,000.
You can't call me I do dog of the day. You can't call me a money
last
line
week-
merchant.
Did you hear what he did last week in Dog
No.
of the Day? He
Did he pick a favorite?
no, he did, yes, but he did an alternate line to make them minus like higher 9.5.
That's not a dog.
Yeah, I said that's the alternate line of the day.
That's Dan Hurley walking in the
then-
locker
but
room
then-
being like,
tell the
we
story.
are the
But
underdog.
who won the
but then
game?
They got upset outright. It was Southern Illinois minus 4.5. I bet them up minus 8.5, and then Drake beat them.
This
That
is just
was-
like when we watched the AFC Championship game together, and the entire time you were telling me Broncos money line, Broncos money line, and I
said-
was like, "Why did
Was
you
this
not
when you
do
guys did the
spread?
podcast?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you got that was on the championship Sunday?
Mhm.
Wow, that's some wild.
I know
podcast.
it didn't go well, and Austin doesn't want to be my friend anymore. He just wants to be my colleague.
I have been
Sucks.
busy. Sorry,
I
my
just
bad.
missed the mark. I was truly looking. I was like, wow, me and Austin, like this could be a friend.
But is it
that
about
could
to
flourish
be?
forever.
Are you about to like chill out a little bit, like with your
Oh yeah.
schedule?
Yes, it'll be very
Hmm.
nice. So
Maybe friendship could start to happen.
But now I'm busy. I'm going on all these dates. It's crazy, man. I'm trying to
you're
keep
busy
up.
going on all these dates with Jacob Bigelow, or like, what are you guys doing?
Is now wait, are you referring to going to the Big Ten tournament as a date? That's interesting.
No,
Okay,
You're going to the Big Ten tourney?
Yeah.
Whoa.
we announced it on Twitter and everything.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Sorry, I haven't been on socials.
no, I'm going. Parents are excited.
Whoa. Good for them.
Little boys coming home.
Okay.
Our work very graciously were like, hey, we'll give you a stipend for meals and whatnot and stuff like that.
Whoa.
Awesome.
And I go, well, I appreciate it. Like
you turned it down.
I did not turn it down, but it's not. I mean, most of my meals are going to be homemade anyway.
Wow.
And like,
and then you'll be at the
Well,
game,
so-
so you'll eat
and
it
then
there.
I'll eat there.
Yeah, so Matt, here's
thanks
the
for
case.
the airport food work.
Exactly. I was gonna say
Wow.
I don't work here, but you should like double dip and eat while like doing other things and use your stipend that way. Then also eat at home, so
Yeah.
that way you can get your full experience.
You know what? I appreciate the opportunity to do such great things here at Usher Media.
Oh, that's
and I'm
right,
not
under
just
new
going to-
management.
Yes,
My
I'm
bad.
just
Yeah,
not going
that's
to go
right.
ahead and
Way to
spend
be a
money
great
willy-nilly.
employee. Way to
This
be
is a
Thank you.
great
Try my
question
best.
from Kenneth. Are you making the 45-minute commute into the big city from Skokie, or are you taking up extra company money
Ooh.
for lodging?
Okay.
Great question.
You're going to be Mr. Skoke.
First off,
What?
I'm going to take the train
Yeah.
to Western
I don't know what that means.
to then get off and take a little Uber, which is like 8
Hmm.
minutes away
Get off.
from there to the UC. So
Okay.
no. I
Is
will
this
not.
how Trey Taylor got to high school every day too, or is this different?
No, Trey Taylor.
Remember, he
went
goes to Miller
Mundelein.
South now.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Will he take the train?
And then my dad is going to every game.
Nuh-uh.
Every game.
Is he going to be your beat reporter?
He's going to be my ride home.
Let's check in with Mr. McMaster.
Oh, that's exciting.
game.
So he's going to.
Was he going already, or is that a
No,
new
he was going on
development?
Friday, and then he goes, "Well, you're going to be there. I'll go on Saturday and Sunday, and I'll drive you home." And I'm like,
What a dad!
I'm like, great, sounds good. So Pops is going to be at the tourney, and so I don't
Hmm.
have to worry about like Ubering home or taking the train home. He's just
Ah,
What do you do
Spend time
during
in
the
that.
triple bye part of the Big Ten tournament?
You mean Wednesday and Thursday?
Yes.
I'm going to be here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know. No, I was just curious. I didn't know if
Yeah.
you were covering the Big Ten tournament or covering Nebraska.
Well, if Nebraska loses on day one, I'll be covering the Big Ten tournament.
yeah.
What are they saying?
Nothing.
What are they
nothing.
saying?
Now, okay, see, that makes it look like I said it.
I know.
did not say that. That is not what the case was. The case
First
is
off,
that Matt McMaster called himself a madman.
Here's why you're a dumbass.
Me.
Yes.
Triggered.
Because
Triggered alert.
they called me a madman. You were like, oh, it's funny if we put it with like this quote or we do it with this. It is a quote. It's from Avengers Infinity War, where Thanos is on his home planet.
am inevitable.
And he goes, they called me a madman because he wanted his Titan, his planet, to do basically.
Nice pronunciation of Titan.
They wanted he wanted mass genocide to save Titan.
Half mass genocide.
Half mass genocide.
Matt McGenocide.
And they called him a madman.
I think it's still genocide, even if it's just half
That's
the planet.
true. That's true. We don't need to get into an under-over
Half
situation.
quarter or
Under-
genocide.
Under his hit.
I'll take a 6-inch genocide, please.
mm.
You get a half sandwich. Just play the trumpets already. Or did you not have time to put that lock in?
I didn't have
Trumpets?
time.
The trombone.
Like
trombone
from Jason
thing.
Derulo.
Wah, wah,
Oh.
and the trumpets, they go.
Stibbs writes, real ones take the bus from the train station to UC, Matt. Ooh, are you not a real
Stibbs
one?
is not from Chicago.
He lived there, though.
Oh, yeah, so cool.
And he's a
Stibbs.
Broncos fan.
That's where he learned how to make great music.
Ooh, Stibbs like a team's from Seattle. He's
Triggered.
so progressive. He knows exactly how to
one-
get around
Well,
liberal
to be
towns.
fair, you also like a team from Seattle. That's why they called you a madman.
Well, yeah, I made money off of it.
Did you?
Plus 800. It was plus 800.
What did you do,
for
like
them to win the Super
$5 bet, $40?
I bet $15.
Whoa.
Okay, that's actually
That was
pretty-
your whole week's worth of allowance.
I know, and then I took it to blackjack.
Nice.
And how'd that go?
Not great.
When
Yeah.
you get your allowance for going back home, like, do your parents stockpile it, or is it like if you spend a week there?
dishwasher?
Stop.
I'll give you $5.
Yeah, how many chores do you have since you go?
When I
home?
go home, actually, a lot.
Oh, dang.
We have to rearrange some of the Christmas decorations when I get back. My mom told me all about it.
Oh,
It's a
dang.
whole
The
mess.
Christmas decor.
I love my parents, but man, every time I go over, it's like, can you do this? And it's like rats.
Mm.
Now, what's the worst chore that you've ever had to do for your parents since moving out?
Moving the piano. That was
Okay,
easily
that's a
the
good
hardest.
one. My
Not
friend,
necessarily a chore, but it was like a task that was given to me. They were like, "You're coming back. Move this heavy object."
my friend and I had to throw away responsibly water pump that was in their basement.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's a big
The
task.
big, yeah.
Yeah.
And so here's the thing that I didn't realize until we got to the trash dump, which is way west. It's like west of Bennington out there
Western Nebraska.
on the highway.
Yeah.
Exactly. Left the U-Haul open, and this thing was just sitting in there. If it would have turned, it would have rolled out onto the road.
You would have shut down a lane.
Would have shut down Highway 36. Or
And then it
something.
would have taken them 2 weeks of construction to fix
I might have gone to
Dang
jail
it.
for murder. Thank God I didn't, though, and
It
we
would have
threw
been
it away.
manslaughter.
You said water pump?
A water heater.
Ah.
Yeah.
Those
One of
big-
those big
Yeah.
You remember like the
Yeah, those things
Mythbusters
suck.
one when it blew up a house?
Uh-huh.
That was the best.
Whoa.
We had flooding in the basement, and it was because the pump was like the sump pump was all backed up, and so
Uh-oh.
my grandfather, formerly born in Cuba, was a cowboy for about 20 years until he had
On the
to leave.
McMaster side or the other
No,
side?
the Ramon side.
Ramon.
Ramon.
He's Italian?
No,
Oh,
It's a
Cuban.
me.
He's
Ramon.
it was me and my 80.
I would like a Cubano.
grandfather, and
Sorry.
you would have thought we were back on the farm doing like we were back doing work trying to clean up the sub pump, and he had me like just pull all this dirt out of the pipes and clean the
It was
pipes,
dirt?
and it was so backed up. It hadn't been cleaned in years.
Squishy
Took us
dirt.
I
about
was going to say, if it was a pump, might not have been dirt.
took us about 4 hours
Oh,
and
poop.
2 Home Depot trips. To
Why is there white mud all over my
fix
shirt?
this whole thing.
That sucks. That could have been really bad.
I'm glad I told my story, and I got just all these jokes just came in, but you get to tell your story and we just shut the hell up. I want to listen about your stupid water
He
heater.
made a
and
Western
your
Nebraska joke.
irresponsibility closing a
Okay, here's
U-Haul.
some jokes. Mustache Adam. Josh Peterson, famously of 1620's murder cult, was charged with the murder after a heater pump killed a 93-year-old
Okay.
lady in Ord.
This reminds me that so before the Kansas City Nebraska game last year, I drove myself, my girlfriend at the time, and then Damon down to the game.
Benning?
Yes.
I know this
And-
story.
And I had told other people at work, I was like, this will be great, like it'll be fun, like whatever. And Damon and Dr. Fiance like had a great time, like making fun of me the entire time. But it was always in the back of my head, and I ended up telling like Ravi and a couple of other guys at work later on that I was like, there's a scenario where we get in a terrible car accident and it says 1996 Orange Bowl MVP passes away, 2 others in car.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's incredibly funny. Like,
You know what? I might do this just for the lulz.
no, I never thought that. I
Oh,
never
You know,
thought
it's
that.
just funny to me that Josh Peterson like almost kills a family of 4 because he forgot to close the U-Haul bin. We go, oh, ha, 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 so funny, Josh. But then Matt goes, yeah, I did some hard labor with my 80-year-old grandfather. And they go, just stupid idiot.
Your Italian cowboy grandfather.
He's Cuban.
We didn't call you an idiot. We just did the voices.
Hey, Matt, would you like to come in for some lasagna?
That
Help
man-
me start my 1950 Chevy.
That man survived communism. All right. He
Shout
did more
out.
in one day than you can.
communism.
Stib says Tony's water heater burst in the Soprano basement. That's why the FBI had to move the table. Yeah, you remember that plot point on The Sopranos?
Matt, was your grandfather Ramon, who was a cowboy and Italian, also for half genocide, or was that on the McMaster side of the
No, he liked the 6-inch sub.
Okay, right. That's
Nice.
exactly the question I just asked.
Exactly.
That's totally
You're,
fine.
you're very well.
Tila says, can we get a couch for Matt to lay down on during the crossover? This does, if you ever go to therapy, you're going to have a lot to discuss from
I know.
work.
Do you see our faces in therapy, or do you hear our voices?
Oh,
That's a
great
good question.
question.
Yeah.
No, my sleep paralysis demon is somebody who used to be on the zone, just not you two.
Oh, whoa. Jeez.
Wow, Michael Severe.
That's really mean.
I know
Well.
Kevin Kugler just shows up.
Kevin
Hey,
Kluger.
no good. Nebraska rebounds and they lose to Hawaii. The Huskers don't get that elusive first NCAA tournament, and the Rainbow Warriors
Wow.
are headed to the round of 32.
Did
That's my
he,
sleep
they
paralysis
They called
demon.
you a madman.
Did
That's
they?
crazy.
Did he call any Bears games this year? Was he on the call for
Kugler?
any? Yeah,
Yeah, I think it was the Cleveland game it was
I don't remember that game. Did they win? The Bears? Of course,
Yeah,
they probably won in weird fashion. Were they down by 30 and they came back and won?
no,
in the
they
fourth
actually
quarter?
got up like 14-0, and you thought the game was over in the first quarter, and then they kind of just coasted for a
Wow,
while.
that's
and
weird.
then they kind of had to come back and win. Like
Oh,
they pulled
31-3.
away.
Wow, you killed him. What are you giggling about over there?
In the third quarter, is when
Kyle,
they pulled
Kyle
away.
and chat put Matt McMussolini.
Kyle.
He's the one reading Mein Kampf.
Oh,
Wrong.
bro.
It's
Yes,
called
he
the
is.
Effingers.
It's the sequel.
I'm 20% in now,
Wow.
by the way. I'm 200 pages in. This
We
is
had
a
this joke
behemoth.
yesterday.
Mm.
It was a callback. You weren't there.
Oh, gotcha.
A geography joke.
It's a callback
I
for
wasn't
like
there,
this is
yeah.
a callback. How many months now is this callback in the making, Nick? Like 2? When did I first mention this book?
Probably about 2 months ago.
probably
Yeah.
January. Yeah, it's this German novel from 1951, and I'm 200 pages in. It's long.
Nice.
It's
I'm reading about Schrodinger's cat right
Schrodinger's cat.
in a book.
now. Yeah, the one you
Is
recommended.
that something you need to read about, or is that
Okay,
just-
I mean that's just like a in passing. I don't think
It's
you're
literally the whole idea of the book is Schrodinger's cat.
I would
but
disagree.
with humans.
I would disagree.
Yeah,
with that.
no, it isn't. It's about the reality of what you're viewing.
I would
Is the
dis-
cat alive or dead? But they did it with people.
How far into in this book are you now?
He just found his Chicago.
Wow, Chicago. It's a
I
great
should-
book. We
I
love
should
Dark
read more
Matter.
books. I don't get
You
any of this.
should.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
You should try reading.
It's overrated. But
No,
I'm
it's
trying to be.
not.
I'm trying to be more hip to be square, if you will.
Oh,
See, but he read a
That's
book,
a Huey Lewis
and
reference.
now-
It is a Huey Lewis.
the worst
reference.
Huey Lewis song?
I kind of tend to agree.
So he read a book, and now I refer to him as my 1620 the Zone son, and he is coming to a movie with my wife and I.
Whoa.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Are you guys going to get the big popcorn and
No.
chair?
We
No.
should.
I
You're
ain't
probably
paying
gonna
for
get him the
anything.
little kid box, right?
Oh, can we get the Happy Meal? For
I was
our
about to
little-
say, why do we make fun of the Happy Meal? The Happy Meal is awesome.
So I do have a question for the group. So
Yeah.
Dr. Fiance, we got invited to go see what is Project Hail Mary. next
That's what
Saturday.
we're seeing.
Yeah, we're gonna go see it next. We got invited to go see it next
What if
Saturday.
Nebraska's playing.
Okay. It's at 11:15. So the movie, I should say.
Whoa.
Dr. Fiance has said that movie scares me because I've had an existential fear of the sun always going out. Anyway, That's not the question. I
Wow.
had.
We got a couple billion years before that happens.
The
don't
real
worry about
question I have is she said, I would go if I could sleep during the movie. And I said, I don't want to buy a ticket for you to take a nap. You could do that at home. She's like, but
Great
I want to hang out with you. And then I said, but you would be taking a nap. So how would we
Are we
be
even hanging out?
Yeah. And
so what's the question here?
the question is, am I right or is
Yes,
Okay,
you
Team
are.
Austin.
Yeah, no,
Thank you. But
I'm on
here's
your
the
side
thing.
here.
Here's the thing: is it being in a relationship really about being right?
Wow.
Today's
yeah.
my 8-year anniversary.
Bang. Ask him. He knows more than I
Do you know what? Do you know who's really worried about being right his entire life?
Jacob
You.
Bigelow.
Oh,
Right here. Do you know who doesn't have a girlfriend?
Matt
Jacob
McMaster.
Bigelow?
Jacob.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and Matt McMaster.
Oh,
To be
okay.
fair, we also don't have girlfriends.
Oh, you have fiance.
We're engaged.
Yeah.
Tay writes, the woman is always right.
Mm.
And also she adds, happy Annie, Josh, and Riss. Thank you very much, Tay.
Happy anniversary.
Andy!
Tay
Are you
writes,
hung-
she's also engaged.
Are you hungover?
Wow.
No, but
It's
I
a
did
big
have a
year for
couple. I
engagements.
did have
I
a
know.
couple margs last night.
Wait, was it last night or was it today?
It was today, but she couldn't get off work, and
Okay.
so we went to Mula last night. Had great tacos, some chips and queso, and multiple margaritas.
Couple of small
loved-
margs.
Oh
I
my
haven't had I haven't had a
gosh.
marg or chips and queso in what feels like a blue
Oh.
moon. Oh,
We should go sometime.
Sounds
Next time you
incredible.
fill in, we should go after the
I wanna-
show.
I would love to be filled in with chips and queso.
Nice. Austin Jacobson for being filled.
Yeah. Do you want to join
good
us
one, Matt.
so you can finally try their margs?
It was a sex joke. Did you get that?
Yeah, no,
Thanks.
I understand that.
A little inappropriate.
Go on a little. Yeah. Welcome to Middays with Matt.
The horniest show on the station.
And most progressive. Are you inviting me to chips?
Is it
and
because
queso?
of your grandfather?
How
Ramon?
was Babe of History today?
That's Thursday,
That's
isn't
Thursday?
Oh, my bad.
You don't
it?
listen
Come on,
to
Nick.
the show.
You got to know
No.
the
No,
bit.
we're encouraged here to listen to all of each other's shows,
Yeah.
in order to educate the audience and cross promote.
Big
I did talk
days
about your
with
show
Matt.
today and a really bad take that 2 of the 3 people had yesterday on the show.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've never seen goalposts been moved since Tennessee went ahead and defeated Alabama.
What,
Okay.
what else was
Oh,
moved?
apparently it's a failure now unless Nebraska doesn't get to the Sweet 16.
Yeah. That was pretty
That's
wild take.
Bang.
Kind of wild.
Pretty wild take. Yeah. Not great.
We were supposed to. I had it in the preview today. We didn't get there though.
You didn't roast John?
No, but we'll do it tomorrow. There's
Okay.
always time.
gonna
What
say.
have you taught me? Because everybody knows that Josh Peterson's supposed to be the mentor of Matt McMaster. You're doing an okay job. You told me he was like, you can always push back segments to the next day.
Oh, interesting.
One of the great joys of doing a radio show is, you know what? Didn't have time for that. I'm going to add it to the prep sheet for the next
Mhm.
day.
I'll just yell at
One
John tomorrow.
less thing to do.
Exactly.
And you can actually yell at John tomorrow because he'll be back live from the world's most famous arena,
Great.
Whoa.
Matt.
The world's
Madison's-
biggest toilet.
Madison Square Garden. By the way,
Arena?
D'Lo writes, Josh runs. Matt is from Chicago. Austin's lady is a doctor. So what's that thing with Nick?
Well,
He's
I always-
engaged.
Oh, did he add another?
Adam says I'm a weeb.
Oh, yeah, that's
I
definitely
don't think
true.
you're a weeb.
I don't
he-
think I'm a weeb
he
either.
definitely
I just told these guys what a weeb was, and they just thought I was a weeb.
Yeah.
But you've seen Mad Men. What's his face? Old guy. He's a weeb.
Sure, but that doesn't mean you can't be too.
But I'm not.
Talking about Bert.
Oh, that's very funny. John's Sweet 16 take was somehow the 3rd worst Nebraska ball take from Monday.
Wow, it
Interesting.
seems like everybody is having bad takes these days,
Yeah.
except for me, famously.
Yes.
And me, I've been killing it.
Have you?
Really?
Then I had a good
Interesting.
take today about Anthony Calandria.
What did you say? He's going to turn the ball over a lot?
No, I went back.
What
through
he
the
Called you a madman.
I went through the history of Matt Rule's development of quarterbacks.
And
Yeah.
you started with Jeff Sims.
And I started with Sam Darnold.
Whoa.
actually, and Baker Mayfield. Do you know that?
You're giving him
Would you-
NFL
yeah,
credit?
would you say that he developed
No,
those guys?
No. Not credit.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Because
anti-credit.
Apparently, the Carolina Panthers under Matt Rule failed because they didn't have a quarterback, even though they had 2 quarterbacks that would later go to 4 Pro Bowls and win a Super Bowl.
People forget about PJ Smith, Temple legend.
So is your argument it's going to be rough?
PJ Smith,
Uh,
PJ Washington.
Walker.
Walker. Thank you, PJ Walker. Thank you.
Are you worried about Calandria? Was that there?
No, I said it. It's actually a good thing they don't have to develop Calandria.
Oh,
like
interesting.
it's a good thing he already knows. How
Are you
to be a good
suggesting Matt Rule
quarterback.
has like a genocide of quarterbacks on his hands?
I am not putting Matt Rule and genocide together in any way, shape, or form.
Interesting.
Only Matt Rule in half genocide.
Yes, Matt.
Well, to be fair, he did that.
Matt
He had 2 years of Dylon, so he did have, it is about half and half there.
Yes, he went from having to get 12-inch sandwiches to 6-inch
And
sandwiches.
Heinrich was a winner. People forget.
Hank writes, you could make the case that the world's most famous arena is the Coliseum in Rome.
That's
Whoa.
true.
Wow, dumb debates. What's more famous, the Coliseum or Madison Square Garden?
I
I mean, is MSG going to be around 2,000 years from now?
how many
No,
times?
good question, Nick.
How many times did the Coliseum see Stephon Marbury drop 30 points?
But
there?
also,
Wow.
How many movies have destroyed the Coliseum compared to how many movies have destroyed Madison Square Garden?
How has a movie destroyed Madison?
Oh, yes, Godzilla 1999. Thanks
Didn't
for
they do
asking.
something
The day
like
after tomorrow, I'm sure it destroyed it.
Yes, uh-huh.
Now-
also 2012, it would have been destroyed.
Yeah,
I
for
should
sure,
add
for
that to
sure.
the plot of the movie I'm writing in my head.
the new Batman is not set in New York City, but it is set in Gotham, and Madison Square Garden was in the new one. And didn't it flood?
Yes.
Wasn't that in
Yeah.
that movie?
Mhm.
I feel like I don't.
Remember when they played the Nirvana song in that movie?
Yeah, there's
that
a lot
was
of
tight.
I can't think.
There's a lot of electricity in that scene for a amount
There
of
is.
water there.
There is.
I can't think of a
I need to
scene
rewatch that movie.
That's good.
in a movie where the Roman Coliseum gets destroyed.
Godzilla, the versus Kong, the most recent one.
You
Oh, okay.
Godzilla guy?
Yeah, huge.
I like
So is
Godzilla
he.
minus one. That's a really
Godzilla
good
minus
one.
one, very good. The
John had to
Coliseum
watch
survives
it.
that one.
John watched it dubbed.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know, right?
He's anti-Japan.
Well,
He's
that's not
anti-dubs. I don't want to read. If I wanted to read, I'd get a book.
He said he likes to
what-
watch it dubbed because it reminds him of the Godzilla movies from when he was a kid. But like, you don't have to. You have the
And
option.
he was like, "Yeah, but
That
it
is
wasn't
true.
very good." It's like, "Yeah, you missed."
I
a lot
think
of it."
John Bishop wouldn't like foreign movies. They called me a madman.
No,
That's a good
good
take.
meme. That's
Good
the
take.
meme.
Good meme.
An
Look, I'm getting
obvious
it, guys.
position-
Listen, Matt,
You just got double bang.
Matt,
Oh
you
my
just
God.
turn this into a whole bit, and then it becomes Middays with Matt. They called me a madman segment.
Wow. Oh, that could
See,
be
but now you just thought of that idea, so I can't.
All right.
Take it.
Well, then I will take all of
That's
after
weird.
your week full of takes every week. I will come up with the Matt McMaster
Madman of the week.
Madman of the Week, and I'll have your most madman takes.
Matt, we got to run, but I will read this email before you leave. Tell McMaster, this is from Steve. Tell McMaster to stay at the Hyatt House, just a few blocks away from UC and Bill 1620.
Whoa.
No, I'm gonna stay in my very comfortable bed with my
Is it a
family
s-
at my very awesome house in Skokie.
Is it a twin bed?
No, it's a queen. Stop.
I'm just asking. That's cool.
a tween. A tween. A
But
queen
that's-
is basically a twin.
We did just get
Is
rid.
it?
No,
What?
sorry. A queen is basically a full. My bad. I got
Whoa.
my sizes.
It's
mixed
not
up.
though. It's
No,
long.
not. It's longer.
It's almost a king.
Whoa.
A
Is that the
queen
difference?
for one person is a perfect size bed
Ooh. Good take.
because
See,
it's
and
longer.
For
That's
me,
the important part.
queens and fulls are basically the same thing.
But they're not.
That is
They're
not even
Yeah,
close to
that's a
true.
horrible take.
There-
You should
there's
look
a-
up the size difference.
There's a reason why they're called different.
No, I understand that.
Okay, well, clearly you don't. but
Matt,
it's fine.
it was great to see you today.
Hey,
I
Matt.
enjoyed this crossover.
Yeah, it was fun. It's fun seeing
Great.
you. Glad we got you a little upsetty spaghetti there, just like your grandfather, Ramon.
Hey, I'm a little mad
His name is
over
his name is
here.
Magdiel. All right,
Magdiel
Whoa,
Magdiel Ramon.
that's tight.
We're going on a vacation to the Bay of the
I was
Pigs.
just getting. I was just getting the eyes from Nick. Nick gives me the eyes where he goes, "Happer was so much better."
Whoa.
He gives me those eyes.
Wow, is that what you said?
I
Just
know.
gonna be eating
He's
chips
just
into the
whispering
microphone.
it into me.
Yeah, okay. Time to go. Bye-bye. That's the
Bye.
Bye,
crossover
Matt.
powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Austin Jacobson is here. Everyone's favorite Gen Zer.
Tuesday, John.
Get out of here.
Well, I think
That's
Nick-
ridiculous.
Nick
Hey,
could be
we already
offended
cut
too.
you off.
You
We
know
said
what?
The crossover's
I didn't
over.
turn off my mic.
Should we do next year? Here's an idea for Michael. Favorite Gen Z media members.
I'll tell you,
Make
who's
it
the
a
first round
bracket.
exit. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Anna Bellinghausen.
Like,
She wins.
Wow.
she would.
That's your favorite Herd at Sports employee? That hurts.
At this point, you're very far on the list.
A year
That
from now, I
hurts.
think you might have a chance. People will be used to you by then.
yeah.
Oh wow, you're saying right now I would lose?
I'm just feeding into what you said.
Wow, thanks,
Yeah.
thanks, Josh.
You
Real great mentor over here. Really pumping in words of affirmation.
All right, let's do a Grum next on 1620 The Zone.
Weather from KETV Newswatch 7 is brought to you on This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and
Austin.
They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Austin Jacobson is in the building again. Whoa. You love Tuesdays.
I do love Tuesdays.
You say hot take market for me, please.
Oh, God, I did forget about that. This is very tough, but maybe I'll save myself again. We'll see.
Maybe.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome, everybody. Another They Called Me a Madman graphic
I
has
see
showed
that,
up.
yes.
UConn to win the women's basketball
And again,
title.
I don't hate that these are being produced by Josh, but I do hate that they are misrepresenting my argument that it was one Matt that keeps calling them Madman.
Yes.
It's not me.
Yeah, the
I have never
madman
said these.
is Matt McMadman.
The Batman.
You
funny.
No, you know what? We could do it. They called you a madman for your John Harbaugh take, and then he got fired.
That is true.
And now he's the coach of the Giants.
That was when they called me a madman.
They did indeed. Welcome in, everybody. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone. So happy to be back with my pal Austin, my pal Nick Grimm. I'm Josh Peterson. You're Austin Jacobson.
I'm your pal?
Name. Just trying to be nice to you, Nick.
You're my friend, Nick.
Trying to be nice.
You're my friend too.
Yeah.
Jim writes, hot take, Austin could be talked into. Kearney is definitely a Class A city.
Yeah,
Wow, is that a hot take?
that is. Did you miss that when Herd at Sports tweeted last week and they said, "Has anyone left in Kearney, Nebraska?" People got real upsetty about that.
Oh, did
They
they?
didn't like
Did
that.
you hit up somebody and say you're making us look bad?
No, it was insinuated that I was the one who posted that, and I may
but
have,
you're from that part of the state.
yes, and I may have. So what really happened is we have a great social media person named David, and
Hello,
I had
Dave.
said in a meeting the week before state basketball, I said if any small town really fills up an arena, you can always use the line, "Is anybody left in blank?" and it works. We then applied it to Kearney,
Yeah,
and people took offense to that.
I love when small towns get mad at the
It
big
is
city.
very funny.
Yeah, I love being from Omaha because I just look down on everybody around me. It's great.
That's right. All those people from Elkhorn, small town.
Idiots. Bellevue. I triggered somebody years ago, Scott Frost's first season. We started the show the next week, and I said on the air, we are not going to do the dumb topic that other shows will do this week of is Nebraska-Iowa rivalry. And somebody emailed in. I wish I still had the email, but it was basically, you're just saying that because you're from Omaha.
Whoa.
Like, screw you, bro. But,
Mhm.
I mean, maybe that plays a part in this.
Do you keep a lot of old emails? Do you have
No,
some?
it's more that the inbox that I use, it just starts deleting stuff.
Oh.
I can only scroll because I have 29,000 emails in
Whoa.
here.
Why don't you clean that up a little?
Because what if I need them in the future?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, these aren't unread emails? These
No,
are
no, it's
total?
just emails.
Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah.
But her emails, it's just emails, Austin.
Sorry, I'd be deleting emails.
Do you?
Yeah, I'd be like Hillary in that thing.
Ever since we
Excellent.
transferred to our new email, I've been trying to keep up with deleting.
Yeah,
Because my God, my old inbox was rough.
it's tough. Yeah, I'm anti-notification. I'm anti-notification. Like if I even get like the little one or like a red dot on a notification, like on an app in my phone, I try to delete it as quickly as possible.
Aaron and Papillion writes, how many from me? I
Ooh.
can tell you real fast, and we got to get to the Grum Down because we have Steve Sipple joining us in our literal next segment.
Uh-oh.
167 emails from Aaron and Papillion.
Thanks,
Shout
Aaron.
out Aaron and Papillion. Let's
Yeah.
get to the Grum Down, brought to you by us. Austin, back in the building yet again. Is he liking the Carolina Panther moves?
I do.
Free agent. Spoiler alert.
Dang.
We could have done that topic. Now it's canceled.
Great.
Steve Sipple will join us again in just a few minutes. Pre-practice curiosity. We will talk about what he is going to be watching today. How high is the ceiling? How low is the floor? We did this a little yesterday with Husker football. I wanted to unpack it just a little bit more. So we'll do that on the Grum today.
Okay.
Michael Brunts joins us. Ping! And thank God he joins us because, as you see, a slice of college baseball will not be pinging.
No.
Yeah. Nick said, I don't like this topic because I don't even like college baseball. And I said, Nick, about damn time.
That's not what Nick said.
To be fair, it's not really even baseball weather outside. People are saying, this is terrible. I can't play this
This
sport.
is too warm. It needs to be colder in March for college baseball.
That's right. Get me in Haymarket when it's 30 degrees.
Yeah, so no slice today. Bummer. Connor Onion, though, will join us. Getting ready for the postseason. He was on the call for Nebraska and Iowa on Sunday, so we will recap that. We'll see if Austin has any questions for him. I'm looking forward to that conversation. He's been prepping all day long.
I have been. I'm very excited.
So,
but
yeah.
I do get nervous when I meet big personalities.
Yeah,
it's
so
really tough
we'll see.
for me.
Maybe you might even just like take yourself out, and I don't know. I
might.
might go home for the interview. It's going to be a really
that would
wild
be big.
20 minutes.
I might be cutting onions during that interview.
Nice. NFL free agency. We'll talk about what has stood out so far, plus emojis. Folks, we're talking about emojis. We're talking about it with the Gen Z boys. 402-951-1620. That is the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Call or text us. You can also find us in the Equitable Bank inbox, Josh at 1620thezone.com or Nick at 1620thezone.com or on the Zone Twitter feed powered by Liquid Trucking at USC 1620, at Josh Tweederson, at Austin 2 Jacobson, at Griminem, and more. All right, we got to go to break fast because we have Steve Sipple. Sorry, no extra banter in our first segment today. We're going right to Steve Sipple.
Who doesn't love sports on the sports station?
Yeah, so after Sip, we'll do some banter, and we'll talk about weird stuff and how Nick hates baseball now. All of that and more as we roll on. Thank you for being here with us. Also, the YouTube conversation will be there the whole time. The YouTube chat. Why did I call it a conversation? Because I'm 100 years old now, Austin. Sipple joins us next on 1620 The Zone.
Get a free second pair of glasses.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
And he joins us at 2:50 on a Tuesday. Sipple, it's weird talking to you at this time. How are you?
I know, so weird. I have a weird schedule today. Good. How are you doing?
We're great. You got practice availability coming up in a few hours. Are you jacked?
No. No.
Wow.
I think we... Don't say wow. You're going to watch him stretching. What do you want me to say?
It just seems like you, of all people, it's like Michael Severe and Steve Sipple, that I know and love of like, I don't care about any other sport. I want to talk about football. And so I figured you'd be like, let's go. I want to see the players and pads.
Yeah, even if they're stretching, can you get hot takes from the stretches? Like, you're like, this guy looks limber.
Yeah, I'm going to have to.
Yeah. Yep.
My job sort of demands that I must conjure up some hot takes. So, yeah. I
hear that you've been doing hot takes on your radio show. Sipple does a radio show on 93.7 The Ticket, and they keep sending out these viral videos, and then you make everybody angry. What's going on with that the last couple of weeks?
I love doing that. It's sort of what I do, right?
Yeah.
It's become my deal. I don't know. I don't back down on that shirt take. I'll tell you that. And, no, he's a good player. He's a very good player. I'm sort of amazed by the reaction.
Wait, okay. I thought that you said he sucked. So are people lying to me when they said that was what your take was?
I didn't say that at all. I think he's a very good player. I didn't think he played well on Sunday. That's my point. I've seen a lot of good players come through here. I'm fortunate at my age to have seen like a Paul Pierce. That name ring a bell?
Yes.
Yeah, the guy who pooped himself, right?
Yeah. Steve Smith, Chauncey Billups. Even like a Danny Manning or that Kevin Durant. I've seen incredible players come through.
Rafe LaFrentz.
Yeah.
Didn't name a single Creighton player.
This isn't all, Doug, McDermott.
Kyle.
Sure, would be. Yeah. No. Yeah. I'd say McDermott.
Okay.
And then see what I was saying. The point I was making is this guy's good. He's probably. It looks like he's media All Big Ten. He's not coaches All Big Ten shirts. He's good, but he's not when I think of greatness, I think of the guys I said. I didn't see anything like that on Sunday. Now, when he played Nebraska early in the year, he's good. He was better.
Mm-hmm.
He's a very good player. He doesn't need my endorsement. He's an All Big Ten player by the media. I'd say no more, but I expected much more than I saw in a game it was a pretty big game. It was a red hot environment, and he didn't assert himself. He threw a behind the back pass to nobody early. Just I don't know what the hell that was. And then he shot a horrid air ball in the final seconds and did really nothing in between. Yet all these people are rushing to his defense somehow. I don't get that part at all. He's had a very good year, but he did not have a good Sunday at all.
No, he certainly did not. Steve Sipple joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct again a little early today because his schedule is quite busy. Sip, turning to Nebraska basketball and not their opposition. No, I'm good. I like your fire on this topic. This is fun. I don't know if you remember this, but at the very, very, very end of 2019, John and I brought you on, and we basically did a decade in the past, decade moving forward. And I asked you a question because Fred Hoiberg was in the midst of month 2 on the job in terms of the season. I said, is this the decade that Nebraska basketball finally wins their first tournament game? And you at the time said, yes, it was. Now, I don't know if any of us expected them to get to this point or it take this long, but it seems like we are now on the precipice of that finally happening. But before that moment does or doesn't next week, I wanted to ask you about this season and what it has meant for the program, because for a generation of Husker fans, this is the best they have ever seen. I mean, you can make an argument this is the best that anybody has ever seen them. Forget about your generation. What does this season mean for Nebraska basketball in the athletic department?
Well, that's a good. I mean, a hard question to answer. It means a lot of different things. It's sort of bewildering. I think the reason I hesitate is because it's kind of bewildering what we've seen. Nobody expected this. I mean, just last year, they didn't even make the Big Ten tournament. I mean, they weren't even in the Big Ten tournament, okay? Mm-hmm. And now they're looking at a 3 seed in the big tournament. What does it mean? I mean, it tells you that it can happen here, which is important. That it doesn't have to be a pie in the sky notion. And I never really thought it was, which was a lot. That was a lot of my frustration over the years. I didn't think it had to be a school that was this one-off, strange anomaly. I didn't understand why it would have to be that. Well, this tells you that it doesn't have to be. It'll really tell you that if they can follow it up. You know, I mean, I'm not thinking about the follow-up too much right now, but since you ask a big picture question, I can't help but think, okay, but what's it mean going forward? That'll be critical in your question, you know. Mm-hmm. But for now, I guess the best way to put it is that it can happen. And a lot of that, let's face it, a lot of that is you have to give Fred credit, a lot of credit. And you kind of have to give the administration credit because they stuck with a coach that was 9-50 in the Big Ten. 9-50 in the Big Ten to start. It's a remarkable occurrence that he was able to survive that. But now you see, okay, well, maybe that's another answer to your question. Maybe it's sometimes we need to be a little more patient. So those are the two answers that I would say.
Sip, I kind of want to follow up on just what you were saying there too. Earlier today, Hoiberg obviously gets the announcement of the extension on Monday. He talked to the media and said, I'm reading the quote here, really exciting for me knowing this is most likely where I'm going to end my career. And I know you just mentioned, crediting the administration and everything. Did those words carry a little bit more weight knowing that Nebraska did have a successful year? Hoiberg may be getting maybe some outside calls for other opportunities or seeing what his feelers would be for other college basketball openings. And maybe it's not even this year, maybe it's for the future, but what is it about Hoiberg that makes him so appreciative of Nebraska? Is it simply because they stuck with him, or because is there something else that's made him want to, finish out his coaching tenure and make these type of public comments with Nebraska?
Well, I mean, he has family, he's deeply rooted in a family sense to the program, which I think that means a lot to Fred. He fits it well. Now this season, with what sort of the magical season that transpired with his son, sort of further, it digs those roots even in a little further, the Hoiberg name in Nebraska. So I think it does mean a lot when it means a little more to me when Fred says stuff like that than a lot of coaches say it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. A lot of coaches say stuff like that, really, right? Like, I'll be here forever, mm-hmm. type of thing. Kind of roll your eyes. Not as much with Fred. I mean, Fred's on the genuine scale, he tips pretty far towards the real, right? Not, that's just the way he is. You never, but you know what? I've been around. You've been around. You never say never on that. Who knows? Just enjoy him as much as you can, and I wouldn't think too much about the future.
Steve Sipple joining us. The last few minutes, Sip, that we have you, let's talk a little football. Again, there will be practice availability coming up for the first time in a few hours. Spring ball halfway done now at this point in time. This is a hard question, I know, but I'm going to ask it anyway. What do we know now that we didn't know a month ago before practice started, or even a few weeks ago before practice started, if anything?
Oh, I think we know some things. I would say on the defensive side, it's a little more profound to me. I didn't know that. Okay, you could say they brought in Dexter Foster to start. Yeah, but I wasn't fully convinced that he would make a real push to be the first day guy, like a first day starter, opening game starter. Okay, I think we're seeing that he's making that push. I don't know that I fully anticipated that. It could be a situation where you see. I think you're going to see Owen Chambliss as in the 4-2-5 as one of the inside backers. But I think Foster is making a real case to be that other guy. So what, that means Vincent Shavers is, he's got his hands full now, which is great, right? Isn't that what you want?
It's depth competition.
Yeah, so that's one thing. Whittington, Josh, Sheer Whittington is real. Okay, that's real. That from what I've heard from those guys I talked to that watch, Whittington can play now. But it's mostly like a pass down conversation. Can he hold up against the run? And he's 260. I mean, I think he's listed at 270, but he's probably closer to 260. Okay. But he's real. He's good. Like this was a kid that was judged by some to be the best defensive lineman, high school defensive lineman in the state of Pennsylvania. What does that suggest to you? I mean, think about it. In Pennsylvania, he was judged to be the best defensive lineman. It tells you that he's brilliant. He has enormous talent. So let's see what that looks like. On the offensive side, what have we learned? Well, I mean, you kind of knew they brought in Calandria to start, but it just sounds more and more like and you figured his job to lose, that type of thing, but you weren't positive. I mean, I had some pushback from some people on that notion, but then the more I hear, the more that's what it is. It just sounds like it's Calandria's job to lose. Dana Holgerson's very excited. Eric Crouch goes to practice, speaks to the team, doesn't even try to hide his excitement. I think that's sort of a development in my eye. In my eyes, it is, because I was kind of a couple of people said simple, cool it on Calandria. Well, I'm kind of back to now it's his job to lose. I mean, this is the guy they want. That's a development to me. I mean, I think Ives is somewhat of a development. Quentin Ives, that just that they said he had to have a big December, or they might have went into the portal and they might have went to get somebody in the portal had that not happened, and then he continued to play well into spring. So those are the things that come to mind first.
Yeah, honestly, and I know you got to run. I appreciate the honesty with the Calandria stuff. Like, we're all adults here. It's not even they have given him the job. It's more he is the expectation. That's the way that I would refer to it. Right, the expectation is that he is the starter. That doesn't have to mean he doesn't have to earn it, because he does. But I appreciate that. Like, we can all have an adult, mature conversation about this situation.
Right, I agree. I mean, I think that the best way to put it is his job to lose, which tells you he could lose it. He could. TJ Lateef would be the threat, but I just think when you listen to Holgerson, like if you listen to what Holgerson said Saturday, that experience factor weighs so heavily in his mind, in the offensive coordinator's mind, which that matters. So there you go. Lateef, I think I asked him, like, what. I can't remember what I asked him about Lateef, but it was something like, well, where has he improved? I asked, where have you seen Lateef improve? And I thought it was telling that Holgerson didn't answer that question. He just instead went to where he needs to get better, and where he needs to get better is operate faster like Anthony Calandria. I thought that was really telling. I mean, I said, where has Lateef improved? And instead of saying where he's improved, he said, this is what he needs to do.
To improve.
He needs to make reads. He needs to operate overall needs to process as fast as Anthony. He needs to get through his reads as fast as Anthony. All of that. So I thought that was talent.
Certainly is. Steve Sipple, Husker Online, making people mad on the radio each and every weekday on 93.7 The Tickets.
About basketball.
And it will be about football in short time, I am sure. Sip, we always appreciate it. Yeah, you'll say so. You'll have a baseball take probably pretty soon that's going to piss off the world.
Yeah, I will. I tend to do it.
Yep.
Whatever.
That's how we roll.
I appreciate you. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Hey, absolutely. Enjoy practice today.
Thank you. See you guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye,
is
Sip.
Steve Sipple. Man, he really...
I'm surprised he dug his heels into that.
He really... I'm not. That's my man, Sipple. You know, him and I have had a few yelling matches over the years.
Whoa, hot take, Sip.
Last time it happened, there was a message board thread about how I am basically Satan. You know.
Oh, no. I'm so sorry to hear that.
That's tough.
I never get that Satan vibe from you.
Half Satan.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick. Half Satan.
Half Satan.
Jean-Claude writes, they didn't get a guy for a year just so he could get paid to ride the bench.
You're right. They've never done that before.
Tater Salad writes, Dana is talking like AC is the starter, earned the job. Is there an argument to be made, Austin, that he's actually already earned the job and you don't have to earn it much further?
Yeah,
earn it much more?
So
we saw when someone is given the job. Like, wow, okay, let's have an actual discussion about
There's
this.
also, like, in the real world circumstance, sometimes someone gets hired above you that didn't have, the job that you've been
bring in a new
Sort of-
person.
Yeah.
I always get like frustrated by this. Because I think that, like, I'll speak for Tater Salad for a moment, I guess, in the YouTube chat.
Is that a sentence you thought you'd ever utter?
No, I will speak for Tater Salad. I am Spartacus. I am Tater Salad. You bring in somebody, and the expectation is that they are going to be the starter because they are good enough to be the starter. That does not mean that they cannot lose the job.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it does not mean that they, that couldn't happen. Of course it does. But I think there's a difference between we're giving you the job and we don't need to see anything else versus we are bringing you in and our expectation of you is that you will be the starter. That's how things work in the real world.
Yes.
You don't like we're seeing these NFL moves, and we're going to talk some free agency in a little bit. You're seeing all these moves around the NFL today. The expectation for some of these players is going to be that they arrive and they start. I don't know. Is that like, are they giving them the job or are you just being smart?
Yeah.
And saying like, we're acquiring you and we are putting these amount of resources for you financially. The expectation, given those financial resources, is that you're the starter.
And let's also be real, too,
Nuance.
that part of the conversation bringing in Anthony Colandrea was likely around the fact that, yeah, you're probably going to be our starter. Like something around those words. I'm sure it was, versed a little bit differently and probably more eloquently, but it was probably around the lines of, well, you're going to compete for the job. But like it's more yours for the taking than it is anybody else.
We want you to be the starter.
Yes.
You have to go out and earn that. Like, I feel like those are things that can happen.
Yeah.
I don't think it has to just be like, oh, well, no competition.
Well, because alternatively, what if they hadn't brought in Anthony Colandrea and they had a third quarterback that was around the level? Sure, right? Like if it was around, that's a great example, right? If it was
it was going to be Minchie.
If it was Minchie and Kalen and Latif all competing against each other, those are three probably pretty comparable sources that you're like, we're having a real quarterback competition.
Because it's a guy, it's oddly, then in that scenario, that you'd have two starters instead of, three former starters, right? And the guy who I think would be expected to be the starter would be the guy who has no starting experience.
Exactly.
In Kenny Minchie.
And then instead you have Colandrea who has starting experience, but some people don't like what he's done. So then people are upset about that.
Oh, people get upset and then there are comments online and people are losing their mind. That's why we all say very normal things.
Good thing we get to see them stretch today. That'll be a big difference.
That will be awesome. John writes, why do people keep saying that Colandrea needs to earn the job? Rule hasn't earned the job, but got an extension that almost makes him unfireable.
Whoa.
Yeah. Should Rule have to earn the job? He was just given the job.
He and Hoiberg going at it for their head coaching job.
And Dave says something that I think is true. Is it so hard to believe that Colandrea is clearly better than Latif and Kalen? Like, that's why I said what I did to Sipple a few moments ago. Like, we are adults here. Let us have a normal conversation. He's the better quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the expectation, right? That he's the better quarterback.
I cover a lot of high school sports and all that sort of stuff, right? And like many times it's a adult talking to 17, 18-year-old kids in those locker rooms that it just goes, open quarterback competition. Like those are the things you say because it's high school football. Like this is major college football. These people are being paid. They are semi-professional. Like it's okay to just come out and just be like, yeah, no, this guy is again our projected starter. And if something were to happen, like you go Matt Flynn and Russell Wilson type of like level, then yeah, sure, great. If we believe somebody else gives us a better chance to win, then that guy who's being paid more will play on the bench. But Calandria was brought in to be a starter.
This is how it works in the real world. Honestly, it very much is. 402-951-1620. You can give us a call. You can shoot us a text. Also, speaking of things you can do, don't forget about the Omaha food fight, Austin.
Whoa.
1620thezone.com is where you need to go. You can nominate your favorite restaurant before Thursday. So you'd have just a couple of days away for your chance to see them in the bracket. The voting will begin on Sunday, March the 15th. Nominate your favorite spot. The restaurant with the most nominations will battle it out in the official Omaha Food Fight Bracket, presented by Union Bank and Trust. All right, still to come on the Grum, we have Connor Onion, our dear friend who has joined us a couple of different times. Again, Austin seems a little intimidated by this. Ooh, a TV announcer. How is that going to go?
I'm really scared.
So we'll see if Austin even participates. So, Nick, you might have to make a separate graphic where Austin's not even on the graphic.
I can do that.
All right. Thank you very much, Nick. Thank you very much. So we'll have Connor Onion joining us in the 4 o'clock hour. We also have Michael Bruns joining us at the bottom of the hour. We're going to spring upon him a slice of college baseball. So, Nick, you can play your slice open from last week.
Oh, okay.
And then Bruns can give us the skinny on what's going on in college baseball.
Ooh.
I saw that there were some winners and losers this weekend in the sport.
LSU keeps losing.
Is this true? Oh,
That's what the L stands for.
Oh, Nick, is this where you do your SEC bit?
Is it a bit if it's starting to come true, Josh?
A
lot of SEC teams are losing.
Is it a bit or is it a gimmick?
I just think the SEC isn't as good as the pedestal everybody props them up on.
Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating.
Huge.
But when we return, we'll talk some more football. I know people are like, come on, stop it with the college baseball. Could you give us some football chatter? So we're going to do that, a little football chatter.
I can't wait.
Don't worry, we have lots of basketball coming up today as well. Nebraska is on their way, Nick, towards perhaps their first ever tournament victory.
Whoa.
Basketball.
They should do a Big Ten football tournament.
Whoa.
That would be sick.
Also, Captain is being triggered in the chat, so we'll read some of his comments when we return as well. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. Josh Peterson, Austin Jacobson with you. Nick Grimm's here as well. Brunts is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. Also, Connor Onion in the 4 o'clock hour. Steve writes into the Equitable Bank inbox, I'm over this Calandria hype. This is the same crap we heard about Sims 3 years ago. Calandria will probably be the 11th best QB in the Big Ten for 2026. And that's on a good day. Some comments I mentioned.
Can you win with the 11th best quarterback in the Big Ten?
No, I don't think you can go above 500.
Interesting.
Some comments in the YouTube chat.
Okay.
Captain, who says he's not triggered, just reminding people who may have forgot.
Don't put it on the internet.
That Calandria was brought in because the QB, they tried to get left Rule at the altar. Funny how you guys forget why they went after Calandria. We actually mentioned Kenny Minchey in our last segment, so I will definitively say we did not forget why they went after Calandria. It's because they had the commitment from Kenny Minchey, and then he decided to go to Kentucky.
He's a Wildcat.
Yeah. So he will not be coming to Lincoln, Nebraska anymore. Here's a question for you, Austin.
Yes.
Question for you.
Is there Calandria hype? I mean, I guess there is always going to be some hype. I feel like there are more doubters than there are hypers, though, right now.
You know, I completely agree because it is one of those things where when Dylan committed, obviously he was a 5-star quarterback, but like you saw the highlight reels of like his high school tape that was coming out. I remember when Sims announced the transfer and everybody was posting all the different like runs and everything that else, what he had, but there was the concern group, but they ignored that part of the Georgia Tech tape. They're like, but look at him running over linebackers and past defensive linemen.
Yeah.
We haven't got like the highlight reel of Anthony Calandria and people quote tweeting and saying QB1 is here. Like
this guy is a problem.
Right. Like we haven't seen as much of that. Yeah. And I don't know if that's like the UNLV type of problem or what the case is, but generally speaking, I don't know if it's necessarily a Calandria problem or if it's more of just like the kind of shrug of the shoulders feeling that I think a lot like the mutual feeling of Nebraska has with rules. So maybe it's more of that. Like
we're more jaded now, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
3 years later, we're way more jaded on rule. And the longer that this program goes without any level of success, like the amount of people being jaded is always going to go up. Like I think of myself as a Cowboys fan, drinking game, like 15 years ago. And it's like, oh, sweet summer child. Mm-hmm. You don't even know what fresh hell awaits you. Because 15 years ago, it's like, it's only been 15 years since their last Super Bowl. They could still be good. And now I'm like, it'll never happen. 15 years ago with Nebraska, it was 2011. Things were good. 5 years ago with Nebraska, people thought Scott Frost could turn it around. 3 years ago with Nebraska, Matt Rule was the shiny new toy. But with each passing season, and especially with Rule in particular, there becomes more of that general doubt. And so that's why I think that Calandria, it's way more split than it usually is in a situation like this.
So in that same conversation of getting jaded with the program, either the coach, whatever the case is Nebraska, I guess I haven't thought about this. Are they getting jaded with the quarterbacks that have come in necessarily? Like, has that been another part of that? Because so if you go back and I'm just thinking like from the top when it was Riley's last year and it was Tanner Lee. Like I remember seeing like the Tanner Lee like highlight reels and people were really buying in. They're like, oh, this professional style quarterback. Like
I did that.
He was going to be a first round pick if he played like super well.
I did that.
All that sort of stuff, right? And then you got like the Adrian Martinez like hype train and everything else that came with that. And every single year after that, well, I should say going into that sophomore year, like you couldn't get away from the Adrian Martinez Heisman Trophy campaigns and all that other stuff, right? Then when Martinez announced he was leaving, it was, okay, now it's the Casey Thompson.
I
can't tell
CT11.
how many of those Texas deep passes I watched in highlight reels of Casey Thompson transferring to Nebraska. And we saw that like all season or all off season leading in. And then, of course, you get the Jeff Sims experience. You get the Dylan experience. And then now you're on to Calandria. So maybe it's the mixture of the quarterback and the coach and not having as much fun as you would like to have had. It has to be somewhere along those lines, but it definitely starts at least with the coach because it's who brought him in. Right?
What do you think about this from Jean-Claude?
Oh, hey, John.
The Raiola hangover doesn't help either. Do you think the Raiola hangover is affecting?
As in people wanted Dylan to stay?
No, more that like he was a player certainly that people were very much buying in on, and we know how that worked. And now it's just like,
and the hype wasn't there, and like didn't match kind of what had happened. Yeah. I think that kind of goes along with what I was saying too, right? That Sims was a disappointment. Tanner Lee in different ways was a disappointment. I think the end result of Adrian Martinez, although it was likely more of his coaches and the program's fault for like the lack of success for him, was it wasn't Adrian Martinez's fault necessarily, but he was a part of kind of that era. I think Dylan just did not live up to the expectation, so people are a little bit more arm's length away from whatever quarterback comes in next. And I mean, truthfully, what quarterback would have done that? Because Minshew wouldn't have done that either, right?
No, it would have been honestly, maybe there would have been a little less skepticism, but if the skepticism would have been shifted in a different way.
Yeah.
The Calandra skepticism is truly like, we have tape on him. He has had a lot of turnovers. I'm worried about him having turnovers. With Minchie, there would have been the excitement of the unknown.
Yeah.
Like, ooh, he could be really good. But there would have also been a pessimism of, but he hasn't even played yet.
Yep.
So like I just think it would have been a different maybe type of fan that would have been a little bit more wary. And that's not to say that there isn't excitement about Calandra, because there definitely is. And it's like, he's going to be mobile. He's going to be able to extend plays. I mean, those are some of the things that Daniel Holgerson talked about on Saturday, the ability that he has to do things in a quarterback that he hasn't had at Nebraska over the last couple of years. They will have that with Calandria. But I do think, and you going through that list of quarterbacks and what they did or didn't do, I do think that Calandria and turnovers being like the first word that comes to people's mind, especially given what happened with Sims, I think is something really hard to get out of people's minds, because it's not just the same position and it's the most important position, but it's the same position under the same head coach.
Yeah.
And the Sims experience is only 3 years ago. It's not even that long ago.
Well, I think that's a huge part of this, right? Because when you look back at the 23 season, there was quite a leash for Rule that it was essentially like, hey, listen, if you can just get us like close to a bowl game contention, we're going to be pretty happy with like where the program was. Everything that happened with Scott Frost and Mickey Joseph, everything that was pretty negative about the end of that tenure to where Rule had started. Then you started pumping in a lot of optimism. You get the Dylan commitment in that December or November, whenever it was. You keep on moving forward. The 24 season had like boatloads of optimism. There were college football playoff like predictions and stuff. And then, of course, the 25 season, everybody had built up so much positivity to a level that you could really only go down like to a certain level where it was like, okay, now we're starting to get a little more negative because of the expectation being so high. Now you're starting a new season with a little bit more negativity, if not midline, right? There's not a whole lot of like upper enthusiastic optimism. So everything will cascade that way. I think it's very interesting to see, especially when you have a quarterback that's like Calandria, how quickly, I don't want to say a fan base can turn on someone, but I mean, you're in the NFC East. The Eagles notably like always are booing, all that other stuff too. Yeah. I'm curious to know if Calandria has a bad day against a non-conference opponent, Nebraska still wins, how quickly does that dynamic turn from fan base to like a fever pitch of like, nothing's going to go right, everything is going to go wrong, everybody is bad?
That's a great question, man. And honestly, it kind of folds in a little bit to our, ceiling and floor conversation, which we haven't gotten into yet. Maybe we'll have time for it later. But I've been wondering about the early part of the season for a while, mainly because I actually think that won't happen that way. I think it's going to go the other way, where he's going to be like really good. And it's going to be like, whoa, they found their guy. And then I'm just going to be sitting back saying, I got to see it against Big Ten competition. I got to see it against Michigan State on the road. I got to see it against Maryland. Certainly got to see it. Oh, man, it's going to be massive. And, we'll get kickoff times at some point within the next few months. And probably won't get that one because it's a week 4 game. But it's like, what does that, unless it's a Friday, like, what if that's a Friday night game, and they're on the road in East Lansing? And it's like, I mean, that will be quite the moment. Maybe you'll show up at a remote with like a stain on your shorts again or something like that, Austin. It could be great. John texts into the show, 402-951-1620.
Tuesday, John?
Not that John. Calandria was not good at a Pepsi school, had great success at a Coke school, and now is back at a Pepsi school. There is a way to fix this problem.
I've been saying this for years. Nebraska would be a winner if they went back to being a Coke school.
Is Calandria going to be bad because he is at a Pepsi school? Because they have Mountain Dew in the stands instead of a delicious Coke Zero?
Jack Mitchell weighs in.
Oh,
we wait to find out.
Jack will have many, many takes.
Okay, but realistically, so if I just tell you Saturday, September 5th, let's say that game is at 2:30. Nebraska kicks off. It's on BT and all that good stuff. Nebraska.
John Bishop on Big Red Overreaction.
The final score.
Solo.
Nebraska wins, let's say 38-13 over Ohio.
Okay.
So don't really know much else about what happens with the game.
Maybe they cover in that number. Yeah,
that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
What if Calandria goes 2 touchdown passes, 2 interceptions? And one of the interceptions is bad. Bad. Straight to a linebacker. Bad.
Oh, straight to a linebacker. That is bad.
Would that not? I mean,
I'm worried.
Big red overreaction right away.
It's me, Bob. I'm a little worried. I mean, what's going to happen on Friday night against Michigan State in a couple weeks? Is he going to throw it right to their line? Oh, no, not that guy. Laffy Taffy. I don't like that guy.
But I think that's a very realistic part. And that's where, and I think that's a huge part of it too, that Nebraska, like, is, I've been like sitting and like thinking about it and stuff too. Like, I don't know what the mental fragility like of the program like really is, but when you look at how the Novembers have ended up, when you look back at some of when things start to go wrong, they tend to cascade a little bit more. I don't want that to be the case, but if you're winning, but people are negative about your program, that's not going to translate very well for a team that hasn't like really responded well when their backs are against a wall under the past 3 years. I don't like that sort of attitude, but who knows? A lot of things can change, obviously, in year 4, but it's that middle level of like optimism that you're not completely like toes down into being like, okay, hot seat, everybody's on fire.
Down?
Yeah. Instead, you're sitting on top of the dunk tank. You're just waiting for someone to send you in.
Joe in Vegas, you guys talking about the upcoming football season as if something good can happen. Did you guys decide to start drinking prior to the show? No, we're just presenting an alternative to the bad.
Alternative fact.
Kyle writes, how can you be hyped for a quarterback that at best was the second choice for Rule? I guess he wasn't even that high on the list. People always talk themselves into things. That's what's going on. Those tweets, by the way, on our Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. Shout out Liquid Trucking, our fine new sponsors.
It's Liquid.
Whose trucks are not made out of water.
Yes, that is
good to know.
That's not their tagline.
See, Austin says that's good to know. I know it's not their tagline. I'm just letting people know.
Not their tagline. When we return, Michael Bruntz, his tagline is
baseball.
Sadly, it is. That's what Bruntz is known for. I know him for football takes and being a Bronco fan. The Cowboys just picked up a player from the Broncos. I'm going to ask him what he thinks about that.
He's probably the worst player in history.
God, thanks a lot, Austin.
Sorry, just here to tell you.
Bruntz breaks him down next on 1620 The Zone.
It's time to enjoy a nice hot slice of college baseball.
Cerna is on deck. The pitch ripped into left center field and gathered by the center fielder. And this game is over. The Tigers rally in the back half of the game, but come up short. And Northeastern come down south and beaten LSU 13-10 after losing 3-1 in the first time these teams played. Ronnie, we saw a lot of everything tonight.
College baseball.
All right, Michael Brunson. Nick canceled the segment today, so you are taking over. You will be delivering us the slice of college baseball, where you give us the skinny on college baseball and the biggest story from this last weekend. Bruns, happy to have you back on the show. What do you got for us?
Well, you kind of broke the seal on it. LSU, but they lost to Northeastern at home.
Yikes.
They're used to doing that, though. Like dropping one, you know.
Well, and then they lost the next night at Louisiana Lafayette, which was not good.
In-state rival.
And then they dropped a weekend series to Sacramento State.
No,
the SEC not the football program, but the baseball program. So not good. I would invite anybody that likes to scroll on a good dumpster fire to go back and look at some of the comments on the official LSU baseball website after the account after they posted the final score to the game they lost on Sunday. It's like fine bomb, but a little bit more unhinged. It was perfect.
Whoa, interesting.
Overrated. SEC baseball's overrated.
By the way, Brun, speaking of Sacramento State, did you see? First of all, do you know who Ryan Coogler is?
He's not related to Kevin, is he?
No, spelled a little differently.
Is Ryan the director of Black Panther?
The director of Black Panther. He did Sinners, which is up for many awards. He played football for Sacramento State, Bruns, when I was like in high school. Pretty crazy.
Okay.
He was on the field apparently for Deshaun Jackson's first game at Cal.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty wild stuff. So
fun.
Wow, Bruns, excellent breakdown in a slice of college baseball. Nice to have a professional do this segment for once, Bruns. Very nice.
Yeah. Hey, I'm happy to do it. I wasn't prepared, but I went off the cuff there. That's
Did a great job.
Rolling.
All right, we got to get to the most important news of the day, and that is that the Dallas Cowboys have picked up PJ Locke from the Broncos.
Wow.
1 year, $5 million deal. Now, I saw this response to the news breaking from a bot, Bruns, that said, solid move for Dallas. PJ Locke gets a 1 year, $5 million deal. So basically just repeating the tweet that they just seen. To add depth and versatility to the secondary, Bronco fans will miss his breakout energy on a budget, bag of money emoji, shield emoji. Thoughts on him as a player, but more importantly, the tweet from the bot?
Well, the bot got a pretty good take there. That's a better take than I've heard out on social media this week. So that was good.
Thanks, bot.
Yeah, that's pretty. I think that's fair.
Tight.
Dallas is doing okay. They're doing some things. They got
put it on a poster.
Yeah, well, they hired well with some of the coaches. They're keeping it between the ditches with free agency. It seems like. I mean, this has to be weird for you, right?
Yeah. I don't want to get excited because I've done that in the past and I feel like a big dumb idiot. I like Christian Parker, the new defensive coordinator, and they have not brought in players like Kenneth Murray last year. And so at the very least, Kenneth Murray is gone. And so so now you're the second Bronco fan that says that bot was right. That bot knows ball.
Wow.
With
bot ball.
Yeah.
Wow. Incredible.
It's not hard apparently to know that stuff. But yeah, the AI, they're dialed in on what the Broncos roster situation was last year. That's good.
Interesting.
First
a
up,
little scary.
Yeah, I don't like it. I am firmly in the anti-AI camp. So we'll see.
It's a good way to be.
If this has to change moving forward. All right, Bruns. Now we can talk about the stuff that our audience actually cares about. Sorry, LSU baseball and Dallas Cowboys football, but we are talking Nebraska. Bruns, I wanted to ask you about the win on Sunday by Nebraska over Iowa and how important it was, in your opinion, that they beat that program in particular. You know, you can go to other sports, and famously, Iowa's had Nebraska's number. They've had Nebraska's number in basketball recently as well. if the UCLA game is like the worst game of the year, I still think that you can make an argument the Iowa one is going to trigger people the most, just given who it is and how that game unfolded. How important was it to get that win, but in particular to get that win versus that team?
Yeah, I mean, it's big. I think obviously, well, I mean, everything that was kind of around the first game, right? Like it wasn't just the way it unfolded. It was the, Price hearing it from the students, the cell phone thing, the fan getting into the handshake line, the days that followed where people said that Fred's fears of his pacemaker were unfounded. It felt like Nebraska needed that one, just to kind of put all of that in the past, and just a little bit of the revenge factor. But I think when you look too, and just where that game falls, and coming off the UCLA game that just looked out of sorts, and that was kind of the first clunker I think that they'd had this year. You needed to have some good feelings going into the Big Ten tournament, and I think the way that they won, even though it was obviously a little bit tense at the end of regulation and at the start of the overtime period. It was really important that they get that one, because you guys know how it is. I mean, I think, there's sometimes people are just kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop. That's always kind of been, I think, in the background a little bit this season for as good as Nebraska's been and as much as they've won. So I think that was really important. And certainly, like you said, I mean, was it 3 years in a row that it's been 3 years since Nebraska beat Iowa? They needed that one for a lot of reasons. But I think Fred, I don't know if he'd ever say this. Maybe he would. He might say this, but he's an Iowa State guy. He understands the hatred from a very different angle with Iowa. So I think that was one that he probably would want anyways. And then certainly with everything that played out in Iowa City earlier this year too.
Yeah, Brun. So I agree with you on all the points that you made, just with like narrative and kind of getting the Iowa monkey off your back, all that other stuff. But about the game itself specifically, I thought that the way like overtime was handled, and the way that obviously Kale was able to step up, the way Sam played throughout that entirety of it, that felt like regardless of opponent, that felt like it was a huge bridge for Nebraska to gap. And you talked a little bit about it between the UCLA to where they won on Sunday. How big is that sort of momentum as a carrier going into, I guess you could say, the Big Ten tournament, but more realistically, what Nebraska wants to do in the postseason? Yeah, no, I mean, I think the thing that you take from that game is that when it was winning time and you needed guys to step up and make plays, look who did it. I mean, it was Sam Hoiberg, it was Cale Jacobson. I mean, you got contributions from all sorts of guys. Certainly Jacobson, though, is the story of the day, just with the way that he kind of closed that one out. But, I mean, that game, and I mean, there were others later in the year, too, where there were tight games. Nebraska needed to make plays at certain times to pull away and win those games. And I mean, I think that those experiences, but they help you this time of year. When you're in a tight game in the NCAA tournament and you can feel that pressure, or even the Big Ten tournament. I mean, these are the games that Nebraska's kind of been through, and they've had success in. They've won those games, and I think that's a good step as a program that. You've got enough guys on your roster, veteran guys, that step up and say, like, I'm not going to let us lose today, or I'm going to make a play that's going to change the complexion of this game. So I think that was, a really good sign, just with the way that kind of happened. And they'll need that again. I mean, when you kind of look at where Nebraska is going to be playing in the Big Ten tournament, you're likely playing against a pretty good opponent. It's probably going to be a pretty tight game. And, just the way that happened on Sunday, I thought was really needed for this team.
Michael Bruns joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Kind of along those lines, Brunsy, biggest strength that this team has entering the postseason, biggest weakness they have entering the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, I think one concern is, you've seen it in certain games, and especially against, really high-quality opponents, but just the physicality piece of it, the rebounding, like, there's very much the book is out there now. I mean, it wasn't there in December or January, but very much is now for some of those teams, and kind of how you defend Nebraska. there still is that piece of it of, how a game is officiated is still going to very much affect Nebraska offensively. It's a factor that you can't really control. Nebraska has to be able to adapt to that if things are being called in a way that's not favorable to them. But I do think the thing that you can kind of hang your hat on with this team is you have a lot of veterans that have been through it. Like I said, kind of have that ability to make plays, and Nebraska still has that, that extra gear that it's gone to at times this year, where they're in a close game and then all of a sudden they're up 10, or that they find that kind of extra kick in the middle of a second half if maybe they've been struggling to start scoring points again. So I think that kind of extra offense that they have more times than not been able to find this year. I mean, I think that's a huge thing to have kind of in your back pocket when you get into these tight games and certainly Big Ten play and in the NCAA tournament too.
Bruns, I'm curious, your little officiating comment there. I was listening to the broadcast from the Huskers Radio Network on Sunday, and in the pregame, I heard Kent Pavelka ask Coach Hoiberg about, what can you do in these pregame conversations? Is there anything you can say, oh, well, we're expecting them to do this, or here are things to look out for and that sort of thing. It got me curious just about with, Nebraska's success this year that have obviously been in and out of the top 10 team. They've gotten a little bit more notoriety. Is there a way that Nebraska earns a little bit more of a reputable maybe whistle when they get into postseason play, or do you expect it to maybe stay the same because of the level of opponents that they will be playing?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it all of a sudden changes. I mean, it's almost a game to game thing, I mean, the one thing that's kind of interesting when you get into the NCAA tournament, it's different officials than what you normally see. So games are sometimes called very differently than maybe what they were during the regular season, and that's always a factor. Maybe it works in Nebraska's favor. I mean, Nebraska certainly has seen the bad end of officiating that they would not like. I'm sure it's up to Fred to politic a little bit before games. I don't know if Troy Dannity even gets involved at the conference level. I mean, these are not like new conversations either, right? Like these are ongoing throughout Big Ten play. I think the referees understand how Nebraska would prefer things to be called, and we'll see if they get that. But it is always interesting to me once you get into the tournament, though, how sometimes markedly different things are called than what maybe sometimes Big Ten teams are used to.
Couldn't agree more. Michael Bruntz joining us, Husker 24/7 Sports, also the new host of A Slice of College Baseball. Bruntz, we appreciate you doing great work for us today. Check is in the mail. We'll talk to you next Tuesday.
All right, sounds good. I appreciate it, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bruntz.
Now, it's an empty check. There's nothing on the check, but the check will be in the mail. So it's like a novelty check, but without anything fun on it.
My first dollar.
Yeah, but it won't even be that.
Dang.
Yeah. Nick, your thoughts?
Did you ever keep your first dollar from 1620 The Zone, Nick?
Oh, great question, Austin.
I've never gotten cash from 1620. It was always direct deposit.
Ooh, very nice.
I don't know what the first dollar. I don't know what the first dollar would have been.
It would have been $1. I'm
trying to think if did I ever keep.
Yeah, but they don't just give bunch of money to the bank, like stacks of dollar bills to the bank.
They should.
That would be cool.
What do you have $1?
I don't have $1 from the first one I made. I don't think I have a bunch of the $2 coins though. Got a bunch of those.
Really?
Yeah.
How many coins do you have?
I don't know off the top of my head. Are you trying to raid me or something?
No, I'm not going to rob you, Austin. I'm not showing up at your...
Do you want to find out where they are in my home?
I mean, are they under your bed?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what could be under your bed?
What?
I don't actually. That doesn't lead in... A monster, like a
white monster?
You're not McMaster.
I have, listen, State Basketball does some things to me. And also Dr. Fiance has Doctor. She has access to the energy drink fridge, and she at the hospital, she's able to grab me some every once in a while.
Whoa, that's stealing.
No, they pay for it in there.
It's ironic that a hospital has an energy drink fridge.
I mean,
you don't like your doctor staying, energized and awake to keep people awake?
The Pit, Nick?
I've watched many a doctor show.
Scrubs. He's talking Scrubs.
I know that tired doctors are not preferable, even if they are jacked up on caffeine.
I would say that most occupations are not good tired. there's not really like, unless you're like a sleep expert or analyst, I would say like
But-
most of your jobs you
But if
can't
you're a
do
sleep
sleeping.
analyst, like you're supposed to be awake still. You
Yeah.
need the subjects
Good
to be
point. You are
sleepy.
analyzing sleepy people.
Okay, now I'm imagining a play-by-play in a color for a guy sleeping.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, let's go to the sleep analyst. Yeah, so he's been in REM for about 3 hours now.
Wow.
So
Could
all right.
Kevin Kugler call sleep in his sleep?
Wow, 1620. All right, let's see if I can figure out a way to land the plane that I was trying to land. So you were at state basketball,
Yes.
which is in an arena. You
Mhm.
were also at state wrestling, which is in a specific arena. Do you want to see the Omaha Supernovas host Indie Ignite?
Yeah.
Because on Saturday, 4 days away, 7 p.m. at the CHI Health Center, they will be there. Listen all week long to Happer and Schaefer for a chance to win your way to the game. How do we think I did there, boys?
That was really
It
good.
was really good.
Thank you.
People
All right.
are going to be talking about that one for years.
When we return, wow, years. Wow, that segue was amazing.
Do you guys, where were you? Were you seated?
When we return, we will talk basketball. I saw a tweet today from Jack Mitchell. I saw a tweet today from Mustache Adam. I would like to use those as a jumping off point to a conversation about, yes, Nebraska basketball. Also coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, friend of the Grum, Connor Onion, rejoins the show.
I'm still nervous.
Well, speaking of nervous, also hot take market.
No! The 4 o'clock hour could rue the day.
No, I think you're going to rue the day of the 4 o'clock hour. This might be the worst hour of your life.
This could be.
What's the worst hour of your life?
The first hour of probably being born, a lot of pain, bright lights, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, but you don't remember that, so does it count?
Good
Haven't
point.
they said, like, if we could remember being born that we would, like, die because it's so,
that'd be
like,
brutal.
It's so
harrowing?
traumatizing.
But actually-
That's probably why we don't remember it.
Yeah. Worst hour of my life's probably the hour it took probably taking prom photos my senior year, then traveling to prom. Not great. Not
What
great.
happened?
I don't know. It was just awkward. Just, that's the first thing that comes to mind.
on your pants?
No, not that at all.
I think
no.
the worst hour of my life is I'd gotten my tonsils taken out, right?
Ooh.
Oh,
And then we were at the visitation for my great grandmother.
oh my
Well,
God.
that's
She
a
had just
that's
died.
a worst type of double whammy.
I'm in terrible pain, emotionally and physically.
Good
and
bit.
then I get yelled at by my aunt because I'm making a scene when my throat hurts. And
This
I'm sad.
explains so much about how you have become the man that you have become.
Great grandma Alberta's laying in the other room.
Do you wish that you had been laying in that room?
In that moment,
Were
he
you in
did.
that much pain?
I mean, I don't think I had the concept of wanting to die when I was that age.
My worst hour, I got my wisdom teeth taken out, and then I almost died. So
You bled out?
Story for no, I don't know what happened. I was eating soup, and then the next thing I knew, my dad was screaming at me as I laid on the floor looking up at him, and I had to go to the ER.
Did you see a Cowboys championship when you looked in the
Okay,
light?
come on.
Or was it that, or did you just accidentally heat up the cyanide soup again?
Oh no!
Mom and Dad, you gave me the wrong soup. Brian from Bellevue, worst. Now he says the worst time of my life, not the worst hour, but he says my first marriage.
Oh,
Yikes.
Yeah, I was gonna have a divorce joke in there too, but I decided not to go with it.
Bum, bum, ba-dum.
And many people are wondering, what do you mean $2 coins? Many things to get to when we return.
Never heard of $2 coins?
We'll
Wow.
perhaps
They
talk
don't know
about
ball.
the $2 coins. We have Hot Take Market, we have Connor Onion, and more.
Yeah.
As we roll on this Tuesday, 1620 The Zone. A reminder, Frankenstein, maybe this week's movie club. So here's the deal.
What?
Maybe.
What do you mean by that?
So here's the deal. Creighton plays basketball on Thursday. Actually, that's why John is gone. I don't know if people know this. He's traveling.
That's why we have Tuesday, John.
That's
today.
where we have
Thank
Tuesday
you.
John. We call him Austin. It's me, Austin.
It's me. I'm Tuesday, John.
So Creighton will play at 1:30-ish on Tuesday, which sadly means a short show. I know. I'm
What?
sad too about Thursday.
No.
I know. So I won't be here until, I don't know, 4. If Creighton wins, we will be then off at 4 on Friday.
What?
So we are.
It's hard for him to say this without giggling.
No.
Look, I'm not smiling.
Less
outwardly.
unsportsmanlike conduct?
Yeah. 2
What?
days, and it's basically a full show combined over the course of 2 days,
What?
which is a bummer.
That's
I
crazy.
know. It's sad. So anyway, if this happens.
How will you pay the bills?
Salary, buddy. So if we do not have a full show on Friday, we will not do Frankenstein. Kent Walgamot knows the deal, so we are not rooting for Creighton because we want a full show. Go Jays! We don't want a full show on Friday. Thus, Frankenstein would not be next week. Why won't it be next week, Nick?
Because of the madness.
Because we will be off the air next week. Sadly, again.
For a Good Friday.
Yeah, that's why. We'll be off the air. So we would not have
It's
movie
not Good
club
Friday.
until the 27th of March. That's when it would return, which plenty of time to watch the movie. That's it. I'm watching it before Friday just in case.
A month before my wedding.
There you go. A
Wow.
month before your wedding. You just doxed yourself. Famously, though, Nick will know because I'm going to watch it before Thursday night because I have basketball to watch. That's my job.
Mhm.
So I'm going to watch it before Thursday night. Nick, though, might not watch it on Thursday night because we will know the result of the Creighton game by the time Thursday night arrives.
That's true.
Whoa.
So there you go.
That's crazy.
I'm playing disc golf on Thursday.
Mustache Adam writes,
Tickling chains?
Nick not knowing what the answer is, having to pause then answer in the form of a question always gets me.
So I didn't pause. I just didn't have my microphone on. I'm an idiot for a different reason this time.
That's definitely true. That's definitely true.
Whoa.
No,
of
you're not.
hostility
You're not an idiot. Many people are wondering about these $2 coins.
Yeah.
You've never seen a $2 coin? This is a thing.
Nick, I
So they
didn't
have
say
the-
I'm wondering
they
about it.
have-
I said people are wondering.
They have like the big
Interesting.
$1 coins, right? Like the big silver ones. And
Yeah.
then they also have like the mini gold $2 coins.
Who's on the $2 coin?
I have no idea.
$2 coin.
The
USA.
$2 coin USA.
All right.
It's going to come back and this has all been a scam that I've been given.
Yeah, because I know we have $2 bills. Yeah. Okay. Are you sure that we
Yeah.
have a $2?
Yes, it's Canadian currency. That's correct.
That's Canada.
Yeah, it's still $2.
That's a toonie.
It's $1.
That's not. We thought you were talking about American coins.
I just said dollars.
You liar.
Wow. Sorry.
God, you are a piece
Wow.
of filth.
Go Canada.
So because it's not American currency, it's Canadian currency. You're saying it doesn't count.
In
Wow.
America, it doesn't. You can't spend a Canada currency.
You would think
here.
so, but you know how many Canadian coins I've gotten back from as change?
That is true. I have got many a $2 Canadian coin.
I got a euro once. I don't even know how that happened.
Yeah, that is one crazy part about, like, I don't know if you guys have ever wanted to or travel to Europe or anything, but a lot of people when they travel from America will just bring their American dollars, just go, here you go. Take this. You'll want this.
And they're like, sir, this is worth nothing.
And they're
here."
just like, there's nothing I can do with this. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? And I find it so funny. Like, how many times you're literally going to any tourist attraction, you're sitting in
America.
you're sitting in a coffee shop,
take
they're
my
like,
money.
you want this George Washington, buddy? You're gonna learn George Washington.
That's awesome.
They already did learn George Washington. That's why
Bang.
we're here.
Bang, bang. Michael
right.
Severe writes in.
Hi, Michael.
I had a bunch of those Sacagawea coins back in the day. Those were $1. And then I had a bunch of JFKs, which were 50-cent pieces, but I don't
Oh, because of
have any $2 coins because Michael isn't from Canada, Austin.
Neither am I.
Yeah,
Austin
you wanna-
says, God save the queen.
You want
Thank
to
you.
spend those $2 coins like you're an American tourist in Europe.
Dang it.
Take
Yep.
my $2
I'm
coin,
gonna go to the
sir.
local gas station and say, get me a soda with this $2 coin.
I'll have
please.
the unleaded gas, please. And if you gave them a $2 coin, they'd say, first of all, you need double this. And then second of all, this money doesn't spend. We don't take this money around here.
That'd be very funny. There is a political type of situation or a
Uh-oh.
geopolitical situation where
Hit it, Nick.
Uh-oh.
Ick. Hit it again. There we go. Ick. What were you saying?
I totally forgot. This all
Okay.
threw me off.
All
Dang.
right. Not a bad idea to maybe just move on. I remember the
We love the
Sacagawea.
banter though.
Yeah, this is the banter we missed earlier on in the show.
Oh, that's right.
I love
Sip
banter
got us
segments.
off.
Because we had to go right into Steve Sipple.
Horse crap call.
No, it wasn't, John. It was a good call.
Tuesday, John.
But man, Sipple is triggering everybody these days.
Yeah, they've done a really good job of that. I've seen a lot of people be like, just like, don't interact with the negative posts that you don't like, but yet you still will, right?
Now, let me ask
we
you.
Can't help ourselves.
I was going to ask you this off the air, but we'll bring this into the on-air conversation. You're a social media man. You have TikTok fingers. You look at those hands. Those hands don't do work outside.
Wow.
Are they like doing too good of a job? Are they like partly roasting him when they're sending out these videos that are like, "Hey, Sipple said something that you're going to disagree with again"?
Oh yeah, no, I've suffered this before. These are been things that have happened. No, I think part of it is just this was a great post, and this is a guy I interact with, Pavelka's fat uncle. I don't know if you've seen him like on Twitter before, but I've interacted with his stuff before, and he's he put out a post too that he was like, this all came from the same like page. Essentially, he was like, they're clearly just posting clips like and all that other stuff. I know a little bit of the inside baseball of like what they want to do, and they talk about, okay, well, want to get a clip out of every single show, and you want to do, however many you get out. So clearly some aren't going to interact the same way others do. Now, a big part of the reason why that one probably had such a visceral reaction that it did is not because of the content, but because it was the content tied to SIP, right? Like that's what it was, right? And I think that there is probably a priority for it too, that you're like, hey, listen, we get a lot of numbies on this. Like
we love numbies.
You'll be talking numbies.
We love
that. It's the same problem. We again, going like inside baseball and all that stuff. I don't know if you remember like a year and a half ago, but Sam McEwen of the Omaha World Herald had put like a volleyball conversation.
Oh, I remember.
And that
what did he say? John Cook just sits there?
Yeah. And he had said like the John Cook sits on the stool thing. And Sam like owned up to it. He was like,
yeah, he was like, I'm not going to talk about volleyball anymore.
Yeah. Which was, honestly, if you think about it, like,
man, I forgot. People were mad.
Big brain idea by Sam. If he was like, I'm really tired of people asking me about volleyball. What if I just have like a really bad week? Whoa. And then I just eat it. And then after that, no one's ever going to ask me about volleyball ever again.
Good job by you, Sam.
Yeah.
Speaking of posts that are doing numbies, if you say anything positive about Nebraska basketball right now, people are going to be very into it. So,
really?
I saw a couple tweets today that I wanted to bring to your attention. The first one was 6 years ago today, which if you just do the quick math, Nick, what is 2026 minus 6?
20.
2020.
Yeah, I guess I should have done it minus 6, not minus 2020. Good job, Nick. You actually got it right. It is 20. I meant what is 2026 minus 6?
2020.
There we go. Now, what happened in 2020?
The Dodgers won the World Series.
Good job by you. Also, there was a pandemic. Famously,
a panini.
So I mentioned earlier,
Lewis Hamilton won his last World Championship.
Anniversary
the
is
musical
today.
Hamilton came out
6 years ago. We went out for dinner, and it was the last normal thing that we did together for I don't know how long, a year and a half, maybe. The next day, March 11th, two things. One, it's my brother Caleb's birthday. Happy birthday, Caleb, tomorrow. Very excited for you. He will be turning 35.
My brother Caleb just turned 13.
Wow.
Dr. Fiance's brother had a
Is his
birthday
name
yesterday.
Caleb?
His name is also Caleb.
Oh, incredible.
Happy birthday to all the Calebs.
Incredible month for Caleb.
Caleb Henry, congratulations. It is your birthday.
So that'd be awesome if it was. March 11th, my brother Caleb's birthday. Again, happy birthday, Caleb. The other thing was that Fred Hoiberg was sicker than a dog.
That's right.
Mary's like, "Ugh," and they're like, oh my gosh, he has COVID.
And
no,
people forget Brett Banks was on that
he
team.
had a different, yes. And there was another football player too, right? Was it Vedral? Wasn't
yes, Vedral.
Noah Vedral?
Yeah.
He didn't have COVID, thankfully. But anyway, all of that to say, in this tweet that Jack Mitchell put out, it was a headline from the Lincoln Journal-Star and beat writer Chris Basnett.
Yes.
Oh, I remember Baz.
We used to be a proper country.
I love Baz.
God, miss you, Baz.
Good dude.
The title of the story, Austin, was Hoiberg, it's going to get better. Obviously, it has gotten much, much better.
Just a touch.
In the time since then. I also received this tweet from Mustache Adam, quote tweeting what Jack said. I'd love to know the intersection of the fan base's belief in this statement at this point in time compared to how the fan base feels about Rule's belief in improving the football program now. Not apples to apples, but an interesting comparison. Now, I think there's a very good conversation to be had a different time about the football component of this, which we can definitely do. I wanted to focus on the basketball part of it, though, because we haven't really talked about the team too much today beyond asking Sipple and Brunson about them a little bit. I'm going to ask a really dumb question, or maybe a simple question that everybody is wondering and we don't have an answer for. How have they done this? because I saw that and it's like, wow, that's wild. That was year one. Things were terrible. Dare I say, year 2 and 3 were going to get worse.
Yeah.
It was going to get even less enjoyable somehow, which is pretty wild when you think about it, because it's not like year 1 went very well. And then it just was like, by the time you finish up the 2022 season, I know my reaction was, wow, I could not have been more wrong about this. I thought he was going to come in and the program was going to be different. He was a guy that found success in the era. He took advantage of the transfer portal before it was called the transfer portal.
Yes.
He is going to do wonders with this. Matt Abdelmassi is going to do a great job. They're going to bring in talent. Oh man, Bryce McGowan's they're going to be incredible. And instead they got worse and worse to the point where it was like, maybe they should have kept Tim Miles.
But remember, there was that weird dichotomy too, where it was like, yeah, they got one of the first 5 stars in program history. They were churning out a draft pick every single season at one point. They had Roby. They had the guy who ended up going to the Raptors. I can't remember his name off the top of my head right now. Then obviously McGowan's himself too. And there was that weird conversion where, yeah, the team's not being super successful, but yet they also have these super talented players. So is it the coaching or what is going on with this too? And then it hit that peak. If you remember, I think it was a loss, if I remember right, to Minnesota. In Nebraska, it was the beginning of February.
What year is this?
I think 22.
Okay.
And maybe it was a little bit earlier than that, but that's when it was the last loss, and Nebraska went on this super long run at the end of February and started knocking off a bunch of some decent teams, and then wound up on a good winning streak, and then started the next season with K-State and everything else that kind of heated them up and got going. And then obviously the 24 year and now where we are here with Fred. But yeah, no, I agree with you. I think that there have definitely been more lows than highs, as we're on the top of the hill of the roller coaster right now with Hoiberg in where the program is. But I don't know. You asked the question of how did we get here? I think truthfully, as dumb as it sounds, it's consistency. And it was the crown run. As much as the hand wringing and everyone wanted to make fun of the crown run that they had done a year ago, in that mid-April or whatever it ended up being in that
Happer
timeline.
show did a bit where they didn't even talk about it for 3 hours.
Exactly.
R.I.P. the Connor Happer show.
But it was, truthfully, you look back, there were reported rumors, and I think stuff that maybe some people could probably confirm now, that if Nebraska hadn't had the success and had certain players play the amount of minutes that they did and the way that they played in that crown tournament, some of the guys that are on the team right now would not be on the team because of the way that they played, the way that they were able to kind of continue on, see what their future roles looked like. And they stayed, and they were a huge part of this program. That run also proved not only Nebraska could be, winning against Power 4 opponents, all that sort of stuff too, but then it also parlayed into the success that they brought in a very key transfer. And they brought in Sanford because that was in the middle of, and that was another part I think some people forget too. Hoiberg was recruiting his ass off.
I'd forgotten about it. I thought that was after the season.
Yeah.
I forgot that was in the midst of it.
I remember Hoiberg had said something about it. I think on one of the pregame shows for the network that he had said too. Yeah, when I'm not, getting game film ready or I'm not preparing for the literal game we're in right now, I'm calling recruits and talking to them and getting conversations going. That was also obviously development because you get Frager on his redshirt year. And now he's, a little bit more of a controversial opinion on him as of right now, but you can't deny 6th man of the year, Big Ten freshman of the year, all that sort of
literally
stuff.
Announced earlier today. I wonder 2 things. How in the moment they viewed the run in the crown, because it was, you're right. It was kind of a punchline.
Yeah.
It was this kind of joke, haha, I didn't know what to do with it. I'm someone who is very much I believe in the real postseason, and any of the other stuff is what it is.
Yeah.
Now, I wasn't trying to take any enjoyment away if because I know that there were fans, including someone like Jack, who was I had fun. I enjoyed watching my team play, and I enjoyed watching my team win.
They were one of 3 teams to end their seasons on wins.
Yeah, which obviously, given that there are 360 some odd teams, that doesn't happen very often.
Yeah.
The other thing, though, I would love to know what they thought they were getting in price, because, I haven't talked to anybody in the last handful of months that was yeah, I thought he could be this. Nobody that I have talked to. I would love to know what internally they thought that they were getting.
Yeah, I did watch a little bit of the Big Ten Network documentary special, whatever you want to call it, just of the Price Sanford to Nebraska and kind of his process. And obviously with his brother going to Iowa, what they looked like, being in Iowa together and what the split has kind of looked like and all that other sort of stuff. But yeah, Hoiberg said it on that Big Ten Network special about what he saw in Price immediately when they were first doing the recruitment, what that relationship meant, and everything that what he envisioned for Price. And truthfully, I think Hoiberg saw Price in a completely different way than maybe anybody else saw Price. And Iowa definitely benefited from him growing into the player that he became until he eventually left to go to Nebraska. But from all accounts, at least on Hoiberg's perspective, it sounded like he knew exactly what he wanted out of Price Sanford from the very beginning. And when he arrived on Lincoln, that's what it turned out to be. But to your point, from like maybe a more regional, national perspective, probably not as, I guess, self-fulfilling that people thought it was going to end up being.
Yeah. Sean texted into the show, 402-951-1620. Fred changed when he got rid of Matt Abdelmassi and decided Fred, needed to recruit his players to fit his style. Trusting Matt and Doc for 3 years almost ended him. Yeah, changing up the entire approach on defense. It's pretty wild. Like you mentioned the end of the 2022-2023 season. They at one point were 3-9 in conference play. They finished the year going 6-2. They go one and done in the Big Ten tournament. They lose to Minnesota. But that ending then kickstarts them a little bit into the following season, where they make the first tournament since 2014. So their first tournament in a decade. They win a Big Ten tournament game. They make it all the way to the semis on Saturday. They're playing a really good game against Illinois. They fall to them in the second half. Of course, they lose to Texas A&M. You mentioned what you did with last year. Honestly, man, the fact that they were able to pull the nose up at the end of last year, I know, again, it was a tournament that I'm not really taking a whole lot from, but I have to imagine it meant something to those guys internally. They had a 6-game losing streak last year, starting on January 7th, ending basically at the end of the month. And then they lost 6 out of their last 7 games in the regular season before they went on that run in the Crown. Like, it was bad. It's been a year now since that Iowa loss at home. That was March 9th last year. It was terrible. The mood around here was awful.
Yes.
The conference tournament was not 18 teams. And it was like, where is this thing going?
I remember having to host like some shows and stuff during like the.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It was dire, man. Because
Yes.
it was just like, wow. Because I think they had such a strong finish to the previous year.
Mhm.
And last year at one point they were 12-2.
Yeah.
They beat number 15 UCLA.
Mhm.
And it was like, they'd already beaten Indiana. And it was like, whoa, how good can this team be? And then
That
they lose
Ohio
6
State
games.
overtime game really sticks.
Oh
with me.
yeah.
And
Because
that's the thing is like, it's almost like, and I'm sure Jack would have like so many different thoughts on it, but like there are different pressure points for every single fan. But that Ohio State overtime game, I think it was like 105-104, whatever it was. That one hurt.
116 to 114.
Yeah.
Because so I
brutal.
mentioned they lose the 6 games in a row in January. That drops them to 2-7. They claw back. They win 4 straight, including Illinois ranked, Oregon on the road ranked, and they get to 6-7. And so it's like, whoa, look at this. They lose to Maryland, but you mentioned the Ohio State game, double overtime loss. They lose to Minnesota by 2. They lose to Michigan at home by 3 points.
Mhm.
They lose to Iowa. Like any of those wins, and they're playing in the Big Ten tournament. And because of like the wins that they had already had under their belt, like they were a bubble team still like the whole time.
Yep.
And for them to then snap out of it and to really, and more importantly, roll it over into this year,
Mhm.
it's been so impressive. And now I keep talking about this, and we'll have Connor Onion, on in a few minutes, and maybe I will say something like this to him again. We'll see. It's a live interview, so you never know what's going to happen.
Anything can happen in live radio.
Anything. But all year long, we have been saying, what's going to happen in March? What's going to happen in March? And now it is March. It is March 10th. They will play in 3 days. They will then play in 9 or 10 days next week. And everything in theory could change for this program.
Yeah.
It's quite the time.
Well, and I think that's, and I know you mentioned that you talked about it with Monday John yesterday and all that other stuff too. But I mean, that's going to be a really hard conversation when you go back. And if Nebraska doesn't get over the last proverbial hump that it needs to and get the NCAA tournament win, is all of this for naught? Like, right? Like, is everything just not where it's supposed to be? And I think, and you talked about it earlier with SIP, where you had said in 2019, is this the decade that they get the first tournament win? I still think that that's true. I think that this happens this year, but are we seeing Nebraska actually join a different type of a conversation? Because that's the next step, right? They win the NCAA tournament. Then no matter what happens after that, right? Whether you're John, who thinks they have to make a Sweet 16, whether you're whatever, the next part of the conversation is, can you do it again?
Yeah.
Because if you can't do it again, and they have proven that they can either be on the bubble or in the NCAA tournament for 3 straight seasons, and they've been a top 10 team for an entire year, what's that next step for elevation, right?
Yeah, it's a great question. Like, what is next? And I think I'm okay to not have that conversation just yet, but I'm with you. Like, immediately when the season ends, it's the question that I would ask is, can this be consistent?
Yes.
Can they be a consistent team like this every year.
Yeah.
I mean, when they hired Hoiberg, I think that was the expectation. So maybe they can. One tweet from Jed, and then we'll get to the hot take market on the other side.
Oh, no.
Jed writes, I learned a long time ago that if I'm not going to say Nebraska volleyball is the greatest thing ever and will never lose even a set, then it is best not to say anything because you will get screamed at by these volleyball psychopaths. So I say nothing. Austin, your thoughts?
What does this have to do with volleyball? Where did we get that?
That was your Sam McEwen thing. Earlier.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's
so he
right.
doesn't say anything.
You do have to be
about-
very careful about that. Yes.
Gotta be careful.
I thought we had like reference volleyball in the middle of that. I was like, did we?
No.
Not
Well,
even-
you did earlier.
Yeah.
Not
I do love volleyball. It is good. You do have to be very cautious of that though, because there. And I mean, again, like you talk about like the difference in programs and everything. This happens at every single Division I university, right? Like the balance of like expectation and
the 6-7,
the 6-7 in every single program. But seriously, like, is there not like a bigger like wave of different expectation levels for every single athletic department?
Absolutely.
It's crazy.
Absolutely. Yeah. That team is held to a standard of literally win a national championship or you let us down.
Meanwhile, they lost in the Elite Eight for the first time in God knows how long. And people called off work that Monday just to be like, I don't know what happened.
Meanwhile, Nebraska basketball makes it that far. And I mean, they're going to build 18 statues.
Yeah. 72nd and Dodge. We're going to see another big rally out there.
Brazy. Brazy. All right. When we return, Austin's favorite segment of the week, Hot Take Market.
I haven't given away any yet.
That's true. What hot take will he have for us today? We will find out when we return. I have one that I am very triggered by, and I'm going to yell. Also, I'm going to tell you that a certain football team is cooked. So look forward to that. Also, we'll talk some NFL free agency later on. We got to get the skinny on what's going down in the pros. Nick Grimm has been typing up a bunch of takes on the NFL over there.
Let's go.
Lots of takes. Also, we have Connor Onion at the bottom of the hour. So we got a lot of stuff. Let's get to it next. Hot Take Market on 1620 The Zone. Oh, baby. Hot Take Market. Josh Peterson, Austin Jacobson, Nick Grimm. John will be back tomorrow live from MSG. This is the part of the show where we give you takes.
We gives you.
That are hot, some would say. Ooh. Austin, you're the guest. Do you want to start us off?
I'd rather have you start because I only have one today.
Perfect.
And you want to yell something.
Hot take, I believe. Clemson football is cooked. They are done. They are
already
kaput. We need to be done with Clemson.
Did they take the slide out of the facility?
Great question. Don't think so. Maybe they should, though, as a punishment.
Bang.
We're now fully into the offseason, obviously. Sadly, some would say. So I've been kind of looking back on teams and the seasons they had and where they're going moving forward, unpacking everything. I am happy to report that Clemson football is done. That the high point of the era, of course, is long gone, but also that they are in their Frank Solich, like Bill Callahan era of Clemson football.
Whoa.
I think we're going to be having Dabo Swinney needs to be fired conversations. I think that all of that stuff is on the table. Their talent level, and here's what got this going in my brain recently. It was a conversation, I think, on Split Zone Duo, and they were like, look, it's not the end-all, be-all, but, like, take a look at mock drafts for the future, for, like, next year, and look at how many Clemson players show up. It is not that many, if any, that show up. And that, in my opinion, is when you know a program has reached the end of the road. I think the thing that is hard to wrap your head around with Clemson, and I brought this up at the end of last season, is that Dabo is still young. When we talk about the game passing coaches by,
yes,
it's often because they were 100. You know, Bobby Bowden, it passed him by at the end because he was really, really old. We've done that with a variety of coaches over the years. Dabo's young. He got hired when he was really young. He was in his 30s. And so it just doesn't seem like it makes sense. But he's not a guy for this era. College football's changed way too much. Yep. Clemson football, you're basic. You're toast. Goodbye.
Okay, I like that. My super hot take that I have, and we'll talk about NFL free agency coming up in a little bit. Kenneth Walker is the missing piece for Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl. Yes, he is.
That's not fun.
And you know why he is? Because for the next 3 years in his $45 million contract, they will run him ragged. I think he's going to have over 400 carry seasons for the next at least 2 seasons.
Whoa.
Because they are going to go back and revert to Patrick Mahomes' original status as the quarterback, where not necessarily like throwing it around the yard and whatnot, but I think that
he chucked it.
Yeah, he chucked it. But I think that they're going to go into maybe a more defensive style and see if they can try to hold on to these older defensive pieces. That's why you re-sign Travis Kelce for 1 year. You rehabilitate a torn up knee from Patrick Mahomes. And I really do think I really like Kenneth Walker, especially the Seahawks playoff run that he had. But limited wise, so far in his 4-year tenure, 228 carries, 219 carries, 153 carries, 221 carries over those 4 years with the Seahawks. He hit over 1,000 yards twice, and he was over 4 yards a carry each and every single season, except for one in 24 when he scored 7 short-term touchdowns and had his season limited slightly. So I think over the course of this, and he's 25 now, you get 3 years out of him. I think that they have the right idea of what they want to pivot the offense to, and especially with Mahomes maybe not having to be the gunslinger that he was, I think that they have a great chance of reforming what the team is. And I also think the AFC is open for them to kind of reclaim that title again.
The Chiefs are back, says Austin. What do you think of that hot take, Nick?
I hate it.
I'm sure you do.
Do you have a hot take?
Hot take I could be talked into.
Okay.
I think it's time to start preparing for a world in which the LSU Tigers are not in the College World Series.
Yes,
But what about all their tailgaters?
Then they're going to have to tailgate in sadness somewhere else.
Wow.
I miss my ladies at the Bayou. They're very nice
But
to
I mean,
gumbo.
We
with
talked about it
tears.
a little bit with Brunsey earlier, right? There's some bad juju in that program. I don't know what it is, but there's something going on. They keep dropping these games, and maybe when actual conference play starts, they might maybe kind of luck their way into some wins, but the vibes feel off.
It's
for
a tough
the Tigers.
SEC too. Very tough SEC.
Interesting, Nick. All right, something to keep an eye on
Good
over
pull
the
on
course
baseball
of the
there,
whole
Nick.
season.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was like a half-baked slice of college baseball.
I do
You
like
should have
that.
just said LSU sucks for 5 minutes earlier.
Because they don't suck. They're sucking, but that doesn't mean they suck.
I have another hot take, I believe.
Okay.
No one knows how to drive once they hit 156th and Dodge and they're going
I'm
west.
so glad this got brought up.
I don't know what is happening. My wife and I had a
COVID.
great dinner. What?
COVID.
COVID. No,
entitled West Omaha people.
I don't even
Western
think it's
Nebraska?
that. We had a great dinner last night. A lovely time together.
Congratulations.
Multiple margaritas for your boy.
Whoa.
Multiple tacos. Lots of chips and queso.
So you don't think the multiple margaritas led to you being one of the bad drivers?
I was not driving. My sober wife was.
Very
I
nice,
was
sober
the
wife.
passenger.
Wow, so you said, sober wife, I'm going to drink tonight, and you are going to chauffeur me
Happy
around.
anniversary, wife.
Thanks, sober wife.
She said, I don't want to drink. And I said, cool. Can I get a second marg? And she said, of course you can.
A second
And so-
marg has hit Josh Peterson.
I was going to
Oh,
say,
it-
so the pitcher was brought to the
Yeah.
table.
All right, we're not focused on the correct thing, boys. We need to talk about Dodge Street. So
Okay.
when you are driving west on Dodge,
Yep.
first of all, it's an expressway. It's very nice. I wish the whole city was made of expressway.
But
That would
if
be cool.
everything's expressway, nobody's expressway.
We need to at least put them on Center and Maple.
I
That
agree.
is my dream.
I second.
Maybe even Fort. Just drive them above houses. I don't know how we figured it out. Anyway,
very
I'm not a
funny.
city planner. But here's what happens. You get to 156th and Dodge, and you're going west, and the speed limit goes from 55 to 70, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Unless you have to get off at 168, and you're behind a couple of numbskulls who don't pick up the pace. Now, you would probably say, oh, Josh, they're getting off as well. They don't want to speed up only to slow down.
No, people on Dodge love the right lane.
What are you doing, though, if you're going past 168? I don't understand these idiots. How do you have a driver's license? How do you participate in society when 70 miles per hour scares you? Do you just stay away from the interstate? That's faster than you're allowed to drive on the interstate. What are we doing? I hate it. It happens every day because every day I get past 156 and every day I'm behind 8 yahoos and I go around them driving the speed limit or 5 miles above the speed limit. And then I get over and then I get off at 168.
Dodge Street was the first street that I've ever driven in as a new Omaha native where I realized speed doesn't exist. Speed limits don't exist. Everyone goes fast except for a few.
Except for between 156 and 168 at Dodge.
There was one time I was coming off of the expressway.
Congratulations. That's
Thank
nice.
you. I was
That's
over.
illegal, Nick. You're lucky a cop didn't see you.
I was over by the mall. It's my truck. I own it. I was over by the mall and I went the speed limit. You know, I went from this speed to the speed limit right by that mall.
I know
right?
how it goes.
And a lady was right on my butt of my truck. And then she went over and then she wagged her finger at me as she sped past going like 70 still.
That's awesome.
I'm like, what are you doing? I'm going the speed limit. You should get pulled over.
Are you sure it's because you weren't at 156th in Dodge where the speed limit was up to 70?
I'm positive.
That's
okay.
pretty tough.
Money Chris writes in, you tell Nick to shut his whore mouth. I'm fine trashing LSU football, but not baseball. You just can't do that. LOL.
Wow.
Well, if you don't want me to trash them, then tell them to play better.
Ooh,
Kenneth
good
writes,
point.
not going west of 72nd Street rocks.
That
Dundee forever. Damon says, sounds awful. You should just work from home like I do.
I also hate stoplights. Like center is just riddled with stoplights, and I'm just so
Terrible.
remember this side of Dodge, but you know.
Remember
Worst
a couple
stoplight?
years ago, the dumb debate I brought up, the worst stoplight in
I hit
Omaha?
93rd Street the other day, Nick, and it made me think of you. I hate it.
93rd and Dodge, the worst
Whoa,
stoplight.
because you're like, it's time to get up to
Yeah,
speed,
that's
and then
right.
you're like, no,
Yes.
why is there a car there?
You get past 90th and you're like, home free, here we go. Ow!
Nope.
All right, so that was the hot take market.
That was
Just
a good
one
one-way
hot take.
stoplight,
You
too.
owe us 3 next time you
You do.
fill in.
What?
Tuesday, John.
3!
3.
That's crazy. I owe you 3?
Sorry, those are the rules.
That's breezy.
Those are the rules.
All right, I'll come with 3 next time.
Perfect. Coming with 3s. Can't do this one. Connor Onion, though, is going to join us when we return, or will he join me? And where will I be sitting?
I guess we'll wait to find out.
And where will the sun be at in relation to me and it being 4:30?
Very interesting.
Find out the answers to these questions and more. We'll talk some oops with Connor Onion. He was on the call for Nebraska and Iowa on
Go
Sunday.
Hawks.
That's coming up next on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back to Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone. So happy to welcome on friend of the Grum from Fox Sports. He was in Lincoln, Nebraska on Sunday working with Nick Baugh, Connor Onion. Connor, thanks for taking the time. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm a friend of the show now that it's appearance number 2. Is that how this works?
Once you hit 1, you're a friend of the Grum forever. So it means that we can text you and ask you to drop everything at the drop of a hat, and you have to join the show. So those are the responsibilities. We appreciate you agreeing to it.
I love it. I don't even need to sign the dotted line. I'm in. This is my verbal acceptance of that.
Oh, awesome. Your basketball season has come to a close. You were in Lincoln on Sunday. I'll do this first before we can dive into Nebraska a little bit. Big picture. It's been such an interesting season. I think the play on the floor has maybe been better than it's been over the last handful of years. There's a lot of storylines. There's always like the weird like Darren Peterson stuff hanging over the college basketball discourse, professional basketball players trying to come back and play in college again. But like if you push that kind of stuff aside, I've found it to be a very enjoyable season. Have you sensed that boots on the ground as you've been making your way around the country this season?
I have for sure. And it's funny you mentioned the pros coming back and playing in college because Santa Clara was one of the first teams to do that. And of course, they're going to the big dance now. One of my first games that I did this year was Santa Clara against Xavier. So I was a little skeptical of like, how is the college game going to change now that we're opening the floodgates on this? And I'm totally with you. And statistically, I think that's backed up by the fact that we've had the highest scoring college basketball season ever. I'm not a big believer that means that teams aren't trying on defense. I think it's just the skill in college basketball is as good as it's ever been since I've watched the sport. So it's been super enjoyable to have a courtside seat for it 20 or 30 times a year, whatever it's been.
Yeah, for sure. Given that backdrop, I wonder, Connor, if you think, like, does that mean in the tournament chalk, or do you think that this could mean more upsets, that you're going to have these skilled shot makers, veteran teams around the country in the lower level schools? Like, what is that going to mean now over the next few weeks, do you think?
I mean, my background as a Ball State grad, I have Cinderella in my heart, a little closer to my heart than maybe some, but I hope that stays alive. I mean, there's I cover the Big Ten, obviously, and it was a bummer for the conference when FDU beat Purdue a few years ago. But I mean, that plus the Virginia loss as a 1 seed a few years ago, like those are the games that you remember forever. So I hope we still have that. And Miami, Ohio has obviously been the talking point around that this year. And I depending on who they play, I hope they give them a game. And I think they will, just from watching Travis Steele and those guys this year. But I do, to your original question, yes, I do think we will see a couple 12 seeds, maybe a 13 seed. I know for Nebraska fans, they're hoping not a 14 seed. But I do think this will be a year where we see some of that chaos the first 2 days of the tournament.
Connor Onion joining us. Let's talk about Nebraska. I wonder, in the lead up to Sunday, basketball is so different than a football season, right? Where in football, you're going to have all those meetings in the days ahead. You're going to have all these conversations. Basketball, you're going from place to place to place. So I wonder, what conversations were you able to have with those involved on the Nebraska side of things? Because after the 20-0 start, I mean, essentially a 500 basketball team, right, over the last month and change, and maybe what you were expecting to hear from them in their approach, and what you actually did hear from them in their approach ahead of the game against Iowa on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, Fred Hoiberg wasn't dodging that they weren't feeling too rosy after the UCLA game. So that to me, like what I sensed in the building when Cale Combs hit the shot for Iowa to tie the game with 2 seconds left was one, a little sense of here we go again against Iowa, and 2, a sense of, is this how our regular season is going to end? Like there's all this talk of best season in Nebraska history. But if you go into the Big Ten tournament, losing 6 of your final 11, I think it's weird to say, but it's a totally different feel, 5-6 versus 6-5. I think the rivalry dynamics are tied into that too. How the UCLA game went was tied into that too. But then Cale Jacobson and Sam Hoiberg do what they do in overtime, and everything is forgiven. So I think the outlook is a lot rosier going into the tournament this week than it was with 2.7 seconds left in regulation.
Yeah, I could not agree with you more. What do you chalk up the struggles to? Like, you got to see them on a day in which they won, but I feel like you got a nice representation of the last month, right? The offense is able to make shots at various times, though, as you and Nick pointed out early in the broadcast, like, hey, this game looks exactly like it did a few weeks ago when it was 5-4 at the first media timeout. What when you get a chance to see them, I imagine you're understanding why they've gone 500-ish, but also why they have such a high ceiling given the great start that they had this year.
Yeah, obviously no secret to you, Josh, and your listeners. If the 3-point shot is humming, this team is pretty good. And Rink Mass got it going the other day. If Jamarcus Lawrence can start shooting it like he did on the 20-0 start, that'll obviously help. Frager, kind of an enigma. I know there were some shots the other day of him off to the side, team huddles right here. So that's something that's going to be interesting to watch this week in Chicago, just kind of how that dynamic plays out. But I think the Rink Mass thing is a big difference. Like the first time they played Iowa, he didn't have any points outside of the paint. And then obviously Peyton Sanford got him going, or Price Sanford. I'm surprised I didn't do that the other day. I saved it for now. Bryce Sanford, him obviously getting going with his outside shot the other day loosened everything up for everybody else. But the big takeaway for me was that Rink Mast got going again with his outside shot. And if they are going to get the monkey off the back with the tournament win, I think it's going to take, the veteran guys doing stuff like that. Because we were talking about it with the coaching staff even before the other day. That first round game in the NCAA tournament, there's no way Nebraska does not come out tight. There is just absolutely no way with how open they've been in acknowledging here's what we're setting out to do, that there's not a sense of tightness in that opening round game.
Yeah, Connor Onion joining us. I wanted to ask you about that, and that is just the history of this program and how it is or isn't hanging over the proceedings. I imagine you sensed that going into the building on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, because it was, you have the conversations of, best season ever. How do we put a bow on this today? Thinking of, regular season finale. We will be doing some looking back on this 31 game season as a whole. But whether it was talking to Fred Hoiberg or Nate Lunzer, his assistant, or Seamus, who is a great PR man in the Big Ten for Nebraska. Whether you talk to those people or just the fans that come up and want to talk about Nebraska basketball before the game, you say best season ever, and everybody's like, whoa. We got one more thing to do. So there was a little bit of hesitancy even when we did some flashback type stuff on Sunday to declare this best season ever. But there are so many things that support that it is the best season ever that it's kind of unavoidable. But everybody in the building and everybody around Nebraska basketball seems to feel the same way, is that, yeah, all this is great. This is so much fun. We love this team, but it's that one elusive win in the NCAA tournament that's kind of hanging over every conversation.
Yeah, I've been saying it for months now. Honestly, it's probably been since the last time we talked to you, which was around the time of the Creighton game, where, everyone is obviously enjoyable for the fan base, but it's also like you're staring off in the distance and it's just getting closer and closer and closer. And now, we're all finally here. They are either 9 or 10 days away from playing in that tournament game. And I'm with you. I'm so intrigued just to see how they come out, and also if they end up in Oklahoma City, which is what a lot of us are expecting them to go to. I want to know what the fan base is like early on. Like, what happens if they miss a couple of shots within the first couple of minutes? Is everybody just going to kind of be tight together? It should make for a really intriguing atmosphere next week.
Yeah, I think so too. You also just jogged my memory a little bit. The last time I talked to you, I might need to call my doctor right after I get off with you, because I ended up missing that game right after I talked to you. So hopefully it's not the curse of Josh Peterson after we get off of this.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't have scheduled this interview. I will hope, and I will apologize if you get sick again. Let's hope that that's not the case. Connor Onion joining us as we talk about the college basketball season. If 506 Sports is correct, looks like you had a chance to see Michigan 2 or 3 times this year, including a really interesting game against Penn State, which was maybe the first time that they looked mortal all season long after they were just ripping everybody to shreds throughout the non-conference season. It seems like right now, as the postseason arrives, it is like them and Duke, I think, kind of on their own separate tier right now. I mean, it's a silly question to ask, like, what makes them so special? Because it's the versatility. But when you've had a chance to see them, is it that jumps off, that size, that length, and their ability to kind of win in a myriad of ways as March arrives?
I think one of the things that makes them really special is the effortlessness and how Yaxel Lindeborg can score 20 points on like 6 shots or 7 shots or 8 shots. I need to make sure I have my math right on that. But the efficiency of a guy like that, the fact that he is 6'9" and he's playing the 3 for them, and you have Morez Johnson and then Adai Mara at 7'3" in the front court, obviously makes things super difficult to score around the rim. But I'm sure you've talked about this on your show, but the fact that LJ Kaysen is injured now, I think that's a bigger deal than maybe a lot of people realize that aren't plugged in with Michigan all the time. Because the way that Dusty May is able to spread around minutes to his backcourt, now you don't have that. Now Elliot Cadeau, your point guard, has to play, maybe 35 minutes in a tournament game where he was so efficient in spraying the ball around in 25 to 30 minutes. And they have Roddy Gale now playing the point guard, which is not his natural spot, is that backup. So, they handled Michigan State the other day at home, but it was a little tight around the collar against Iowa in that road game right before that. So I still think they're a Final Four team. They're obviously a national title contending team, but I do think they are going to get into that second weekend, and it's going to be a little bit more challenging than originally expected just because of LJ Case and their backup guard.
Yeah, last one on just the conference before we let you go, and that is that there's always going to be the chatter. No national champs in a quarter century, right? Since that Michigan State team in the Big Ten for a while earlier this year. I think as Illinois was really humming, around the time, honestly, that we saw them come to Lincoln, I was thinking, this is finally going to be the year, I think, where the Big Ten could do it. And I say what I'm about to say not as like a knock on the league, but it seems like a lot of really good B+ level teams, but maybe not that A or A+ that you need if you're going to win 6 games in a row for a national championship. Is that kind of how you're viewing the conference as the NCAA tournament arrives and they chase that elusive title?
Yeah, it's interesting because you've got, if you pinned me down before the season and asked me who are the contenders in the conference, Purdue would have been in that group. And now you've got Purdue as the 7 seed going to Chicago. And I do still think they could win it. And that might seem like a foolish statement considering how they've played over the last month or so. But, I do think it is deeper than I originally expected as far as teams that could actually go win it. And Keaton Wagler becoming Keaton Wagler, I don't need to tell your fan base about the amazing player that he is at Illinois. But him turning into that has obviously put Illinois in that conversation. Purdue being the preseason number 1 and still having all the guys that they do, despite finishing 7th, is a team that I still think can turn it on. Nebraska, if you can get past that first game, I think if you can get past the emotions of that, I think that can slingshot you into a second or third weekend. I really, really do believe that. So yeah, obviously being somebody that covers the conference, that's what you hope to see. I think it is a year where if it's not one team, you could see 2 Big Ten teams in the Final Four, and obviously the odds go up. But it's kind of similar as a conference to Nebraska, right? Somebody has to do it, and there's going to be a lot of tightness surrounding that weekend when it comes to a Big Ten team finally doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Connor Onion, he has been on the call for a myriad of games all throughout the year for Fox Sports. And we appreciate him taking the time, even though we might have jinxed him into getting sick the last time we talked to him back in December. Connor, let's A, hope that doesn't happen this time, and B, good luck on you and your travels. Baseball season is now here for you. The weather is finally nice in Nebraska. So thanks again for taking the time, and have a great baseball season. Should be a lot of fun.
Thanks, Josh. Got the doctor on line one as we speak.
Connor Onion of Fox Sports. We will come back. More to come. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone.
From the Plumrite Time-Saving Traffic Center, no wrecks to avoid this afternoon, but we do have delays if you're east on I-80 from 680 to 72nd. If you're west on I-80, delays from 480 to 72nd. We've also got slow going on westbound Dodge from 72nd to 90th, and then from 108th to about 132nd, and then a slight delay on westbound Industrial Road around 144th. I'm Mike Neville.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
How does Host Coffee provide the best coffee for your workplace? By finding the richest and most robust coffee beans from all around the world and bringing them to our Nebraska roastery, where your coffee is roasted fresh and delivered straight to you.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was
The happy hour is on the air. Final hour of the Grum. Josh, Austin, Nick, we are here for you.
And we had Doritos.
We all had Doritos.
We all had Doritos.
Dorito heads.
We smashed them because it was a short commercial break, but
That's
we
right.
smashed them. You
We're
apparently
like hot Cheeto girls, you know?
You did not want to ask any questions to Connor Onion.
I got nervous.
I mean, he was neck deep in Dorito.
That
He
is
was
true.
neck deep
Yeah,
in
I
Dorito.
was. Listen, I was pounding those things. Josh was looking at me off camera. He was like, "Hey, are you gonna do anything here?" And I said, "No."
Yeah.
I don't
I
wanna-
was looking out to what looked to be a window. It was not a window. It was you standing over here eating
Munching.
Doritos.
I've never seen you look so disgusted at another man before just for eating Doritos.
Oh yeah, what is this? Is a dumb debate for tomorrow for you guys. What's the worst food to watch someone else eat?
Olives.
Oh.
Oh wow. Some would say it's wings.
Wings is
Wings
a great
is a
Well,
solid one.
A handheld chili dog would also be interesting.
Speaking of wings, have you seen this? Have you heard about this? According to USA Today Money, a very specific subset
And
of USA Today.
Reputable source as well.
Reputable source. They have a, oh no, they don't have a check mark. Is this real? Okay, they're
Oh,
followed
no.
by enough people
Okay.
that I follow.
Yes, that's what it takes to be real.
That's true. Buffalo Wild Wings has unveiled a wing-flavored protein espresso martini.
Okay, you know what? I have an opinion.
Okay, you know-
I'm
hold on.
sick of protein being eased into every
Whoa.
facet of my life.
You take that back. We love protein.
I bought oatmeal the other day.
that had protein in it.
It was protein oatmeal.
What's wrong
That's
with the
fine.
Daily American getting more protein in their system?
My fault, I guess. I bought the Protemeal. What really pissed me off is I got a cookie in Village Point, right?
Okay.
At the cookie place.
Uh-huh.
And I got a glass of milk. I like milk with my cookie as an American.
Milk has
Protein milk, Nick?
It's protein milk specifically.
That's good for you.
I took a drink and it tasted disgusting. I
my
wanted
God.
my 2%, not this protein.
Sorry,
BS.
you're a
why
little
didn't you buy-
baby boy, Nick. You can't handle your protein in these games.
Why didn't you buy 2% milk then?
They only had protein milk.
Sorry, they're trying to better you as
It
a
was
human.
protein white or protein chocolate.
Why don't you like protein milk?
Well, it's
It
so
tastes
interesting.
bad.
No, it doesn't.
You focused on the thing that I was not expecting you to focus on, and that is the wing-flavored martini. Nick went so far into the protein, but not the wing-flavored protein espresso martini.
This is the first time I've been mad at
I
me.
mean, I don't like that either, but the protein thing just really got me.
Why
Connor
does it
Happer,
have to be an espresso martini?
Excellent
Because
question.
that's popular right now.
Connor Happer writes, if you think this is awesome, you probably have a frog brain. Excellent insult. Good job by you. Also, cleaning up on a lot of the oh, never mind. This has nothing to do with the whole 70 miles per hour thing. Though many people, I was seen and I felt heard, and
Nice.
I appreciate that.
That is good. That is very nice.
I did want to read this from Ray, though, before we talk some NFL. Hot take. Adults that go to restaurants and tell people it's their birthday are losers. Who cares? Are you 10 and need a free dessert or someone to sing to you?
Yes.
You need attention so bad because it is the anniversary of the result of your parents' unprotected sex?
So,
Hell
as speaking as a poor man, I would love a free dessert.
Bang.
Interesting.
Do you
So
also love being doted on and being sung around?
Oh, man, sing me a song, Daddy.
Listen, if
Happy
the end
birthday to you.
if the end result is a weirdly horny waiter telling me happy birthday and I get free cake, I'll bear it.
That's actually a great restaurant name.
Weirdly horny waiter?
Yeah.
Would you go there?
I
You
would.
get an espresso martini protein wing flavored.
Hell yeah, I
cake?
would. I know Nick would never show up because he's afraid of protein.
I'm not afraid of it. I just
You
don't want it
sound like you
permeating
are.
everything. I don't like how it tastes.
Wrong.
There's a
Bayman,
taste
wrong.
there.
Baymon writes, I'm sick of stupid lattes based on complete nonsense
That's-
choices.
Okay, I thought it was a protein thing. Never mind.
Yeah, it's just lattes. All right, welcome back. It's the happy hour.
Oh, Baymon called you sexy.
Me?
Yeah, he said sexy, Josh. Birthday singing.
Happy birthday to you. What if they have to sing in Marilyn Monroe voice?
Oh,
Listen,
Happy
again,
birthday
if
to you.
weirdly horny waiter is gonna sing to me like that, but I still get chocolate cake after, I will
Ooh,
bear
it's
it.
upgraded to cake.
Birthday.
See, I hate when you have to go through the whole rigmarole of that experience, and then they only give you like a small dish of vanilla ice cream. That's not worth it.
Now, how do you feel about going to a restaurant and saying we're here to celebrate our anniversary?
Mm.
Because that gets you free treats as well. My wife and I, sometimes for our wedding anniversary, we go out to a steakhouse, and they're like, when you do the reservation, they say,
ask for the occasion.
yeah,
yes.
what is
that's
this?
great.
And we say, this is our anniversary, and then they give us treats.
I think that that's really good because I set up
And
like
then Nick
our.
gets off at the exit.
That's right. Watching you through the window.
Uh-huh,
Anyway,
exactly.
I
Yeah,
paid
sorry.
for that truck.
Yep, exactly.
but I I do the Valentine's Day dinner, Dr. Fiance and I just said, oh, it's just a regular.
I'm glad you
date.
specified Dr. Fiance, not
That's
your
not a
mistress.
regular old date. You're a
Thank
sap that's going out on Valentine's Day. Yes.
We went out on Friday the 13th, just to be clear.
You are into curses.
We are.
By the way, the Big Ten tournament is underway, and Oregon basketball is playing Maryland basketball, and Maryland is up
with Ben Altman.
They're up 33-12, and you're like, whoa, 12 points? How did that happen? Well,
4 field goals?
No, 3 field goals.
Dang.
Oregon went
worse.
3 for 22 in the first half, including 0 for 10 from 3.
Oh, no.
They went 6 of 8 from the free throw line.
Zoinks.
They only have 13 rebounds to Maryland's 25.
Ain't good.
This is the result of Nebraska not making it to the Big Ten tournament last year and thus expanding the Big Ten tournament to include all 18 teams.
Thank God they did, too. Because who knows which of these teams could make a run.
Yeah, you never know. It looks like it's going to be Maryland because Oregon doesn't like making shots.
That is true.
Zach emails in.
Hi, Zach.
To Josh at 1620thezone.com, Equitable Bank inbox. Nick hating protein checks out. Let's be honest.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Is he calling me fat?
I don't know if he's calling you fat or
He's
just
calling
not
you
strong.
You're not a soy boy.
You're not a soy boy, Nick.
I'm not anti-protein. I get it naturally through steak and stuff. I don't need to be force-fed protein.
I get my protein naturally.
Oregon has made it 3. They're coming back in this game.
Whoa.
Hit us up in the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. We would love to see your tweets. And a reminder that Hardy is taking his country tour to the Metro.
How many?
Listen, 3 countries. Listen all week to Middays with Matt for your chance to win your way into the show. Let's talk some NFL. You are a fan of the Carolina Panthers.
I am.
They have spent a lot of money so far.
And not on a lot of names you would recognize.
Yeah, speaking of names you wouldn't recognize, the Dallas Cowboys, that's how they have been operating so far. Beyond our teams, because we'll talk about them a little bit more in content.
Yep.
Anything else stand out to you? Like, the funniest thing from today so far is Geno Smith going back to the Jets.
Yeah, very funny.
His first time with the Jets when he was drafted there, he got punched in the face in a locker room.
Right.
Not very good. That's pretty funny. The Patriots rather have landed Dobbs from the Packers, Romeo Dobbs, on a 4-year, $80 million deal. You'll know Romeo Dobbs because of his helmet.
Yeah.
And that's not me talking trash. That's just how I know who Romeo Dobbs is on the football field. Anything else standing out to you right now about the free agency period?
Mostly not to be the guy who talks about the team that's making like the most moves with the most money, but honestly, how can you not like what the Raiders are doing? Just because
they're spending a ton.
And they had to, right? Because to convince someone to go to a bad franchise that is clearly talent depleted, they are signing a lot of not even like great free agents, because it's not a great free agency class, but it is like a lot of above average, if not average players, and they're overpaying for a lot of them. But that's what you have to do. That's kind of the step you have to take. Here's the thing that I thought was most interesting by them. They were notably a very bad franchise last year.
What?
They also were probably one of the worst like overall rosters in terms of just like talent.
It was terrible.
Displaced amount of money, all that other stuff. They obviously
coaching staff was bad.
They obviously traded away Max Crosby earlier from the weekend. They retained 7 players that I don't think that they had any reason really to. I think that they should have moved on from a lot of these guys, and they're not like notable names. It's a cornerback Eric Stokes, Malcolm Kuntz, Thomas Booker IV, Jordan Meredith, Will Putnam, an offensive lineman, Charles Snowden, and then safety Tristan McCollum. A lot of these are like tender rights or just like a 1-year deal. Stokes was the only one that received multiple years. It's just weird to me that when you're that bad and you have a new coaching staff coming in, you wouldn't just completely let that erode off and just wash it away and just start completely over. Now, I understand you have to have a basis of a roster. That makes sense.
You do need players.
But do you really need 7? I mean, we're talking about almost like an entire fraction of your roster being retained from a year in which you went for 2 wins.
But I would say this, like 7 isn't that many, you know, for like a roster that in the end will have 53, and who knows if those 7 guys will even be on the roster.
But again, like
you know?
if you have that many wouldn't you rather have 7 new players, like draft picks that you would rather
you only have a certain amount of draft picks, right?
Well, I mean, I understand, but like realistically, you'd have like 1 pick per round. I'm not going to look up the Raiders, how many picks they have, because I don't.
Well, they have more now because of the Max Crosby trade.
So yes, they have more picks now. So why are you retaining all these players that you kind of know how bad they kind of are, right? And so instead you're going to pay them money rather than just being like, let's just take projects and take flyers on a bunch of these draft picks because they're young talent and we'll see what happens. Like that would be my thought in rebuilding. But otherwise, I do think the signing of especially Tyler Linderbaum, I think is actually one of the more underrated.
I like that one because I know it's gotten a lot of press because it's like, whoa, he is making so much more money as a center than any other center in the NFL.
And
they also had to they have to spend a certain amount of money in Oakland or Oakland. Well, I did it in Vegas because of how low their roster cap was anyway. And so like they needed to spend that money. I like him. He's obviously a really good center.
Well, and the fact that the Bears probably really wanted him too. Like he was the top center available, and they're going to have to keep looking. I don't know. Maybe did they sign somebody today? I'm trying to remember if they might have grabbed somebody.
I think so.
They traded for Bradbury. Yes.
It's been a much quieter day too.
Ray Bradbury, author of Fahrenheit 451.
No, Nick,
Garrett.
Not Ray Bradbury, but a good question.
Is that the firefighter sex show, or what is that one?
Yeah, they're burning books in
Yeah, they're called firefighters though. Get it?
Lions. I didn't see this earlier. The Lions added Isaiah Pacheco to pair with Jahmyr Gibbs. Was wondering. I've been wondering about the Lions, and maybe this is just being so Nebraska pilled. Like, what about Emmett Johnson to be the second?
And you said
back?
that last week when we talked about it with
that's right. You were in
trade.
Yeah, exactly. But like I said, it's been a much quieter day. Again, I mean, the headliners were the Geno move and the Romeo Dobbs move, right? Like, I think those are the two headliners of today. And you're right. Like this free agency class was not going to be the one that was, there's just not a whole lot of notable names. Like the thing that is most interesting to me right now is we're still waiting on Trey Hendrickson. I saw a tweet earlier today. Let me see if I can find it real fast. The amount of money that he is wanting versus what the franchises are looking at for him, they're miles apart. Yeah, here it was. So Jonathan Jones, who is a NFL insider for CBS, he says that teams that weren't high in on Trey Hendrickson may get in on him as time goes on, as his price aligns more with where the market views him. And he added, as of this morning, that was today, he says, as of this morning, there were teams I spoke with who said the gap between what he wanted and what they were willing to pay was close to $10 million a year. Like, his name first showed up. So there's that dog account. What is it? Lenny or Ricky or something?
Dog.
That is always like, not that dog, different dog, but good job by you, Nick. Whereas like Dallas Cowboys talking with Hendrickson, and I don't hate the idea. The problem is he's getting older, worry about him, injury. But most importantly, I would worry, like, what are they wanting him to get? What is he wanting and what are his people wanting? The fact that it is now, a day and a half into the legal tampering period, and it's still super quiet on that front, makes me wonder, like, how much longer does this have to go on? And like, where is that price going to get to where he says yes? And then who is going to ultimately land him? I think he's a good player. He's not in the Micah and Max Crosby. Like, he's Myles Garrett, obviously. Like, he's not at that level.
Yeah.
And so what is he going to be willing to take in terms of wherever he is?
What'll probably end up happening with him is usually when these players want longer term deals with higher money, they know kind of what their career is going to end up like. I think he's like past 30, isn't he?
I believe he is.
I think he's
it's
30
either 30
or
31.
Yeah, he's one of those two. Usually what happens with some of these guys, we saw
31.
this, I think Dante Fowler was in this category for a long period of time, that he was always looking for long-term deals and high money. And what he ended up doing was just signing one-year deals for multiple years. Jadeveon Clowney did that for many years in a row too. So
Played for the Cowboys last season.
I don't doubt that that's where we're going to see Hendrickson maybe go, especially with that gap being $10 million is a huge amount of money. Like,
dude,
I mean, we're not
for a season.
I'm trying to think in terms, trying to put it like a GM hat on. I don't work with like a full budget of an NFL roster by any means. But
you don't?
No, not
on. You were loaded.
No, on Tuesdays I'm John Bishop, so that's what's tough.
At least you have a grill deck.
That is true. Man, what would be that gap that you would be willing to like
if
I feel like $2 million is the right number, right?
You're talking about on his end or on your GM's end?
On the GM end.
So I'll spend $2 million over or under rather what he was hoping, what Hendrickson was hoping for. Is that what you're asking? So let's say he's wanting 20. What number are you willing to go? If I'm at 10, is that what we're talking about?
Yeah. So if he's like offering 20, I'd be like, okay, I'll go like 18. And if you're like not comfortable with that, then like I'm just, whatever.
Yeah. And obviously it's not 20 and 18. It's probably closer to like,
I think it's probably closer to 7 or 8. Like a lot of these.
Well, no, I'm wondering like, what is he wanting? Like 35, you think? 35?
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
the Micah Max, like those guys are in the $40 million range, so
he has to be realistic and thinking he's not going to get that, right? Like
I would hope so,
but you never know.
I mean, it's been quite the ride for him.
But again, you do that 1 year guarantee, like we talked about the Clowney or Fowler, or any of those like premier pass rushers that basically just go like full, like bounty hunter mode, where they're just like 1 year, I'm just going to go wherever. They can get like $10-11 million and they can really incentive place it. And you go to the right spot, maybe that works out for you. But and if that's the case, he may go to a much better team, because 1 year contracts, some of those teams are willing to take like huge flyers on something like
that. They absolutely are. Chance, our resident Lions fan, writes, Pacheco after getting rid of Montgomery, think I'm going to be sick.
I would
think of all the draft picks.
Yeah, but I would agree with that though. Like,
I
and
wouldn't
I
with
was going to
Pacheco.
ask you to follow up with your Emma Johnson take. I
Yeah.
still don't think that puts him out of Emma Johnson.
No, definitely not.
Because
I don't know
so
why.
if I were to ask you right now, would you rather have an Emma Johnson as he comes into the league right now, or Isaiah Pacheco with everything you've seen?
Emmett Johnson.
I think so too.
Yeah,
I'd agree.
I just like part of it. I just don't think Pacheco's that good. I'm pulling up his numbers right now. So last year,
no Chiefs back has really been good.
No, they haven't. He averaged. I mean, he's pretty much gotten worse every year. He averaged 4.9 yards a carry his first season, 4.6 last year, or the second year, 3.7, and then 3.9. So I guess he was a little bit better. Only one rushing touchdown. And I know it was a weird year for them. And Mahomes missed the last handful of games. He played in 13 games. No, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
He is not. He's not the running back that I would want. And so maybe I'm being too much of an Emmett Johnson.
But also, if you're an Isaiah Pacheco running back and you can't take advantage of Patrick Mahomes being your quarterback, I mean,
Sam is being a jerk. Many thanks to the Cowboys for giving the Packers a fourth for someone they were going to cut anyway. Yeah, I mean, it obviously seems like with Gary, Rashawn Gary, that other teams were interested in him as well, and so they had to part with, they had to part with the draft pick for him. I'm curious to see what happens when they renegotiate his contract to get his cap hit down, because it's a lot of money right now. They've been doing that. The Cowboys have been negotiating some cap changes with a lot of their players over the last few days. So
how many down are you? Is it 12, 13 million, something like that?
What, his contract?
Oh no, your whatever your salary.
I don't know where it is at now with all the stuff that they've been doing, but his cap hit's like 20 million, I believe, for 2026. So obviously that needs to change. They haven't really been spending money on any of I think anybody's super naming. I mean, they traded for him. He is the biggest name that they have added. Watching some of the film of the new safety that they got from the Cardinals today, which I didn't watch. I watched the film that somebody else procured for me.
Somebody else watched the film and told
then
me.
they were like, check out this film. And he seems like a very physical player, which is always nice. He doesn't seem afraid. Like, that was the thing. And I know Diggs isn't a safety, but always annoyed the hell out of me how afraid of contact he was.
Yep.
So, we'll see. It's a team with the defense that has so many needs. And so, we'll see what happens with Gary and the rest of the guys that they're getting on that side of the ball.
Do you think anywhere Kyler Murray goes is actually going to make a difference?
I think if he ends up in Minnesota, that I will be very intrigued by them as a potential. I mean, certainly a playoff team. We talked about them last week, did we not? Like that,
a little bit.
That team has such a good defense and such a good defensive coach that and pieces on offense.
Yes.
That it why can't they be a playoff team at the very least? They were, in terms of games behind, they were almost a playoff team last year, and they had no quarterback. So if he goes there, I'm very intrigued. I want to know what kind of money we're talking about.
Yeah, I think that's the hardest conversation with Kyler Murray, right? Because there's even that conversation right now that he's like interested in the Rams and signing with them and being like a backup and waiting for Stafford to retire, which that's a whole different part of the conversation. But how much are the Rams willing to spend on a guy that's going to sit, but then maybe be a quarterback for later, learn from Sean McVay, all that other good stuff? Or obviously a guy who's been a starter in the league wants to be able to be paid and wants to be paid as such as a starter, and notably had a really big contract, like a huge contract that Arizona had to kind of move on from if they wanted to do a rebuild.
Yeah.
How much money is he willing? It goes one of two ways. It's either, I deserve that amount of money again, you should pay me this much, or I made a lot of money, I don't need as much money, let me help out the franchise. You kind of get a balance of that too.
The 6-7.
Yeah, maybe it's somewhere between 6 and 7. Who knows?
Very interesting. So that's some of the stuff that's going on around the National Football League in free agency. Still to come, we have content. Nick has been typing up those questions. It looks like almost done over there, I think. So he'll be sending that our way very, very shortly.
This guy rocks.
He has a baseball question I see in content today.
Baseball.
You're welcome.
Some NBA stuff, but a lot of football, which is exciting.
You're not welcome.
No, Nick, thank you.
I was talking to the audience.
Oh, no, I think our audience is much more into a football question than a baseball question in content. But we will let them be the judge. But before that, we have more to do, more things to talk about, some more Nebraska ball stuff that we could dive into. We haven't really talked about the awards a whole lot today. We have that, plus America's favorite radio segment coming up at the end of the show. What's for dinner? Oregon has scored, what did they have at halftime? 13 points. They have already scored 11 points just 3 minutes and 55 seconds into the second half.
Dang.
They are on fire.
And down 17.
Maryland up 41-24. Also, I missed the pinwheel at the Big Ten tournament.
I do too.
I hate the midcourt logo now.
Look what they've taken from us.
Look, we used to be a proper country, Nick.
That's right.
Those were better times.
Thanks, Don.
Better times.
Draper?
No.
Yeah, him too.
Yeah, we missed Don.
Bring them
Draper
all
as well.
back.
More to come as the happy hour continues next on 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson, Austin Jacobson, and Nick Grimm.
That's me.
It is Unsportsmanlike Iconics here on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. Oregon has scored now 15 points in the second half after scoring just 12 in the first.
Holy cow. Are we talking about maybe the start of a tournament run for the Ducks? Dana Altman doesn't take tournaments lying down, all right?
I don't even know who
He
they
could have been in
play
Nebraska, you know.
Are they on the Nebraska side of the bracket, or are they on the other side of the bracket?
Let's find out. Big Ten.
I think they're on the other side. They're on the other side of the
So they
bracket.
could meet in the championship?
They could meet in the championship. Imagine that.
That-
Oregon playing for their tournament lives.
That'd be
Nebraska
sicko mode.
playing for a 2 seed.
Can
So
you imagine?
beating Oregon to win the Big Ten tournament wouldn't really give them that much.
So they would have to play in the championship game. Oregon would have to go through first the 16-point deficit against Maryland. Then they would have to beat Iowa, which then they would need to beat Ohio State, which then they would need to beat Michigan, which then they would have to beat the winner of likely Illinois and Wisconsin, which then they would play Nebraska should both teams win out. That's huge. Let it be known first that I think this is the first program in the state to talk about a potential Oregon-Nebraska matchup in the Big Ten title game.
And we will probably be the last. Speaking of Nebraska basketball, we learned earlier today that the program picked up a little bit of hardware, some of it from the media, some of it from the coaches, including Fred Hoiberg, newly minted with that 3-year contract extension, picks up Big Ten Coach of the Year. Well, so did Dusty May as well. So they both got Big Ten Coaches of the Year.
But you have to think one from the coaches, one from the media. One means a little bit more to the other, right?
Yeah. Which one would you rather have? The
I'd rather have
respect of your
coaches.
peers or the respect of the media?
I'd rather have coaches in a
Media,
heartbeat.
famously enemy of the people.
That's true.
So why would you want the enemy of the people to give you a major award, Nick?
Because they're putting a target on Dusty May.
Oh, wow. Very, very
pressure's on.
interesting.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Bryce Stanford was voted first team all conference by the coaches, second team by the media. I was a little surprised by that. I thought he was going to be an obvious first.
Yeah,
team
I
pick.
thought so too. And I remember a couple weeks ago filling in and hosting, and I can't remember who. It might have been Robin Wash that I'd asked, and I said, where do you expect Nebraska to be when it comes to? And that was still many weeks to play in the Big Ten schedule at the time. And he had said, Price is probably the most realistic, but then Frager was going to be, probably named an all freshman.
Yeah,
all that sort of stuff too. But I thought it was almost a slam dunk that he would have been just naturally first team on both.
And maybe I drunk the Kool-Aid just a little bit. I really thought that Sam Hoiberg was going to make it first team all conference on the coaches. I really thought, given the amount of the praise that they dole out
They
to him,
never stopped talking about
he
him.
ended up being honorable mention. Rink Mass was honorable mention. I really thought Hoiberg was named to the all defense team. I really thought though that he had a chance to be a first teamer, at the very least a second teamer.
They must just not have respected this, because obviously when you look at the teams, it's a lot of scoring. It's not a lot of.
And let's be honest, the coaches aren't really the ones that are putting it together.
It's their assistants.
It's their SIDs, those. So it's like, in the end, a lot of this is still like, let's look at the numbers, go down the numbers. Who's leading in points? Who's leading in assists? Who's leading in rebounding? And Sam was never going to be at the top of any of those. Braden Frager won 6th man of the year. He has become quite the lightning rod on the internet. Wow, it's amazing, man. I can't go but a few tweets or message board posts without people wondering, is he coming back? Is he coming back? Is he coming back?
Then the
Look at him
photo-
sitting over here.
yeah.
Connor Onion mentioned that in our interview with him last hour.
Yeah, the one where we both talked.
We both had conversations with him, and we were not eating Doritos during it. But he has become quite the player that people have a lot of takes on.
Yeah, and I've never seen a photo just feel like it's been taken so dramatically out of context right away, because it's almost like the very first time that you see it, which I saw it came from an aggregated Nebraska fan account, which is perfectly fine. Like if that's what
And
they
if you
wanted
missed
to
it, you're talking about the photo that was the team. This is on Sunday. The team is basically all in the huddle, and Frager is sitting on the bench.
Yeah. You have no idea what's happening in that situation. Like it could be a million different things that are neutral or positive in Frager's sense. Like maybe he's getting treatment and a trainer isn't sitting by him. Maybe he's just taking like a mental space and being like, hey, I just have to get out. Not a great game for one Braden Frager, right? Maybe he is copying an attitude. Maybe he's having like that sort of like, I'm having a little bit of a pity party by myself out here. You don't know. There's a million different things that could be going on there. Yeah. And I find it just, I don't want to say, there's only one word that I can think. I find it almost somewhat disrespectful to just immediately just go and be like, he is a problem. You can see that's the problem right there. Because yeah, I guess there has been whispers and there's been like different conversations and stuff, but I'm sure that there's also been some whispers of maybe some reasons why he wants to come back.
Yeah.
And some of that's.
Do you think he's coming back?
I think he's coming back.
I think he's coming back too. I think him and Price are both coming back.
I would agree.
Put it on. You know what, Nick?
Put us on the quote card.
We're gonna put it. No, it's called the list, Austin.
Dang it.
I thought you were gonna do a grumball.
You've been filling in.
Ooh.
You thought it'd be a grumble?
Yeah, I just want to play the grumball sound effect.
Why don't you just play that really quick?
No, I'm not going to guarantee it. That's why we put it on the list, because
I
the list
know.
is like a soft guarantee, just in case we
It's
end
a
up being
cautious subscription.
All right, so Austin, you're going to agree with me on this one.
I
We're going
will,
to put
yeah.
both of our names on there. All right.
Yep.
Price and Frager will both be back.
Yep, not Sam though.
Okay, but
Did you
not
see
Walt.
the
He's graduated.
Sam Hoiberg to get his jersey retired narrative too spinning around on Saturday or Sunday?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I don't want to discredit the career that Sam Hoiberg has had, obviously, but is it jersey retirement worthy? I don't want to lower the standard of a jersey retirement. And I know Nebraska basketball isn't necessarily like the, pinnacle of college basketball by any means, but it'd be really cool. Like if they win a national championship, put every single person's up there. That's fine. We can do that. But I don't know. Sam Hoiberg to retire his jersey seems odd to me.
I would agree. By the way, Tariq Woolen from the Seattle Seahawks is signed with the Eagles, so that's a bummer because he's good. 1-year deal, what's up to $15 million. Dino Rossini says the Eagles are still looking at the tight end and pass rush markets. Howie Roseman isn't done. The one good thing about this is like the Eagles already had a great defense. I just don't want them to fix their offense.
Yeah.
And don't fix the vibes.
They
I
didn't
loved
hire
how
an
last year the
offensive coordinator.
vibes were terrible.
Have they hired an offensive coordinator?
Yeah, it's a friend of the Grum, Sean Mannion.
Oh,
Former Oregon
interesting.
State
That's
quarterback.
right, yeah.
Not to brag, but we've had an offensive coordinator in the NFL who I hope sucks on the show before. So again, not to brag.
Not to brag.
Not to brag. Speaking of bragging, when we return, Nick will read. He will show off his reading skills,
How good
which
is he?
some people are unable to, and thus Nick likes to brag about how he can read. It's kind of mean. Honestly, when you think about it from that perspective, Nick, a little mean.
Yeah.
Don't be illiterate. You're an adult.
Well, and don't forget,
Whoa.
you are kind of an ableist too. We did talk about that.
Talked about that earlier. Him and Matt, both ableists.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up when Nick brags about his reading, Panthers, Cowboys, and Rico Dowdle? No, not the Dolphins.
Whoa.
Plus baseball and Shea Gilgis Alexander. Will Nick say that name or will he refer to him by his abbreviated nickname?
We'll find out.
Which is SGA. That when we return on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's sportsmanlike. It is time for content, which means Nick gets to show off those reading skills.
This guy can read.
He can. Let's see how he does today. Nick, take it away.
Rico Dowdle of Cowboys and Panthers fame is headed to Pittsburgh to play for the Steelers. What is it about your teams that causes you to move on from him after 1,000-yard seasons?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. I thought he'd come back to Carolina. You guys gave him a shot. He was pretty good. Though he wasn't at the end of the year.
Yes,
and I mean,
fine.
like,
Shot.
if he finishes it with 1,000 yards, but how many of those yards came, first of all, against the Cowboys, like 200?
Yes.
And then he had like a couple other 100-yard games? So when you break it down from that perspective, it's like, yeah, his highs were pretty high. The good Lord, his lows, like he was unable to do a whole lot over the course of many weeks at the time.
I think he's a hot hand running back, and I think that's where the issue came up because they spent a lot of money on Chuba Hubbard as well.
Chuba.
And I mean,
Chuba.
it just cost them a lot of money to have one running back that they had signed for a longer term contract and $30 million, and then a 1 year back in Rico Dowdle that they were happy with at one point, was like the NFC Player of the Month, but they just couldn't find the right balance between the two. I don't like that they don't have a second running back because it's not like Hubbard has been phenomenal every single time that he has to carry the ball for 17 games. But I assume that they are likely also in the Emma Johnson market.
Speaking of the Panthers, Austin.
Yes.
Your team is spending big money in free agency. How are we feeling about the moves so far?
This is the same type of conversation we had with the Raiders, and you have to overspend on sometimes average players to fill your roster gaps. Carolina, even though they're a playoff team and put the Los Angeles Rams into the brink at Bank of America Stadium, they're also a really middling average roster. So they're going to overpay for some average type players. The unfortunate part is I would rather, and this is just a me philosophy.
What are they, Nebraska?
Exactly.
Hey-o!
I would much rather see them use draft capital to be able to either A, get better players and trade for them with a higher market value and be able to re-sign some of those players to longer deals and that sort of stuff, or use your draft capital to draft younger players and then eventually fill your roster that way. I think it's a twofold problem. I'm not super upset by it. I'm not going to be, but I don't think that they have made enough waves to separate themselves in the NFC South, which, by the way, the NFC South does appear to be getting worse by the day. So,
yikes. Good answer, Austin.
Thank you.
Great answer, Austin.
Thanks. Did you write that one in?
Meanwhile, Josh's Cowboys are legally participating in NC as well.
Let's go.
Josh, are you okay with the moves by Dallas so far?
I mean, I would like a little bit more, Nick. Thanks for asking. I saw this tweet from one of my favorite Cowboys guys, Tom Downey. He says the Cowboys have not busted the budget, which is a Jerry Jones phrase lately in free agency so far, but they have expanded it. Jalen Thompson, that's a safety I mentioned last segment, at $11 million is bigger than any deal they've done in a decade, which is like cool. They're spending a tiny bit more money. They are legally participating, but they're not doing any of the big deals that any of us Cowboys fans would have hoped for. So here's the thing. The defense was a tire fire last year. I think they've already improved the defense in a lot of different ways. Have they improved it enough to be a contender? No, they have not, and that is a bummer.
Tarek Skubal didn't get a lot of sleep the last 2 nights as he mulled whether to pitch again for the United States in the World Baseball Classic. Ultimately, he decided against it. Is this the right move?
I would say yes, just given that, like, this is a pretend tournament that, you know, only a few people really care about. No offense, Nick. If I'm a Tigers fan, I would be so happy right now.
Yeah.
I don't want him to blow out his arm in a tournament in March, right before the season has gotten going. So it's interesting. He came in with a plan. He talked about this the other day. He came in with a plan of one and done. And then the emotions of everything suddenly was changing his mind, but he mulled on it. And I would have to imagine that the Tigers and probably his agent were like, let's not do anything silly here.
Yeah, it's like when you go out to, you know, the bar because your friend's been bugging you and you're like, I'm only having a beer. But then everyone is there and you're having a good time and you hit one of those, you know, key clutch darts and you're like, ooh, okay. Nice. Maybe I can stay out a little bit longer. But then your, you know, fiance calls and she goes, it's time to come home. And you go, all right, it was fun, fellas, but I have to get back.
Wow, that a very specific story. Interesting.
What do you mean?
Are you talking about anybody in particular?
Oh, no, that was Nick the other weekend. Yeah.
There's something about a clutch dart after a night of drinking. You know what I mean?
Bang.
I know what dart ripping is.
Yeah.
SG Alexander of the Thunder scored 35 points last night. His 126th consecutive game of scoring at least 20 points, matching Wilt Chamberlain's record streak set from 1961 to 1963.
Breathe, Nick.
That was one sentence. What are we to make of a record like this?
You typed it that way, Nick. You could have made it shorter.
I don't know how to make things shorter.
Yeah, NBA
Don't know how to make them bigger either.
Yeah, NBA records sometimes I get so confused by it because they get so specific and so many details, different oriented.
They feel made up.
His 18th straight game of 9+ points on January nights when the sun sets after 5:30.
Exactly. Like they had the LeBron James stat earlier this year where he had scored over 9 points for however many games in a row and he didn't get it. I was just like, this is so arbitrary. Like it doesn't actually mean
This
something.
sounds like an I don't care for Thursday.
I don't care. Yeah, you can throw this one in there if you want. I'm not really for like hyper specific stats. All NBA stats are, I guess, cool. Like I'll leave it at that.
Now I will say this for SG Alexander, as Nick called him,
shooting guard Alexander.
20. That's good. 20 points is a lot. And I know that like scoring is up, so this is maybe a little inflated over the last couple of seasons because that's what this is. The stat is now over 2 years. It's a lot of games though in a row.
Yeah.
And any stat that matches Wilt Chamberlain, whether it's on the floor like this or off the floor in terms of, I'm always
Nice.
going to give you a thumbs up and say good job by you because Wilt's stats seem pretend because of the era in which he played in. So
Against genders.
yeah, exactly. George Mikan looking asses. So yeah, I'm pretty impressed by this, and I don't even like SGA.
A new batch of emojis are on their way.
Yes.
Do you like what we're getting?
We have it on the video screen for anyone who wants to peek in and look. I think we get 7 new emojis that are going to come with the newest update. And Austin, I think I'm going to end up using about 4 of these quite often. The trombone, hysterical.
Be great for a big red overreaction.
Oh my gosh. Treasure chest, I don't know why, but it makes me giggle. The fight cloud, I can use that whenever Sipple says something and everyone yells at him.
Okay.
But distorted face, that looks like Nick when he's hanging out in his truck getting off on 132nd and Dodge.
Well,
I
it
mean,
does. It is funny you bring up looking like Nick because to its right, Hairy Creature.
Also Nick.
I'm surprised you
Nick.
didn't mention Harry Creature.
Yeah.
Also Nick.
I can tell you right now, Landslide will never be used in any of mine. But I may use Orca just to throw off a conversation every once
Now,
in a
what's
while.
going on with Orca? I saw
Well,
I saw a part of the internet was like IYKYK. Is there something with Orca, Nick?
Are they talking about the old film
I don't
Orca
know.
where it's basically Jaws, but it's an orca instead?
I don't know. Like I thought it.
Orcas are actually more
I
terrifying.
didn't know if
than
it was like a
sharks.
political thing or what's going on.
Is it yin and yang, maybe?
Yeah, I don't know.
Distorted Face does rock, though.
Have we thought that maybe it's just Orca?
What did I say?
No, maybe it doesn't mean anything. Maybe it's just Orca.
I mean, yeah. What does an eggplant mean, Nick? It's an eggplant. Big dumb.
What are
idiot.
these peaches for, buddy?
I love these. This new batch is great. I can't wait to use the trombone because one of the things that I like doing, instead of just responding with an emoji, I attach it
Reacting
to the text.
to the emoji.
Yeah,
yes.
and so it's funny when something happens and you can react with an emoji that wouldn't seem to make sense.
Yep.
So out of context emoji. Wow, that could be a great Twitter account. Nick.
Whoa.
Is that a Twitter account?
Well-
Out of context emoji?
You remember Matt Rule emoji years? Those were the best.
Oh, that's one word for it.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
It looks like snow is once again in the forecast for this weekend.
But Kugler told us otherwise.
It's back on the menu, boys. That's a Lord of the Rings. As mid-March arrives, how many more days like this until the big S is the D word?
No context emojis is not a Twitter account, by the way, if
Dang.
anybody wants to start that. Folks, we're getting close. Now, I'm not going to make any pronouncements today. First of all, because it seems like it's going to snow later this week. I'm not an idiot, Nick. That said, if John was here, I would consider it. I think this weekend might be it. I think we are nearing the finish line. I think that we are close, and I think the snow is about to end. I'm not going to tell you what will end. As J-Mon writes, 12 degrees Sunday night. Yuck, exactly. Sunday is going to suck, and then Monday is going to be chilly, and then Tuesday is going to be chilly again. Next week, of course, when I'll be gone in Oklahoma City, it's going to be almost 80 degrees.
Yeah.
Gosh, I'm a little triggered by that. I'm going out of town. It's going to be awesome. I'm looking forward to it. Last year at March Madness, it snowed. Or there was snow on the ground in Omaha.
Good reason to stay indoors.
Meanwhile, it's going to be in the 80s.
Yeah.
Like, dude, I could open up the back door.
I know.
Gah!
They call it burping the house. Have you heard of this?
I have not.
Yeah, it's where you open up your windows and screen doors and you allow the fresh air back in.
Wow, that's wild.
It's a good burp for the home.
There was a comment earlier that I wanted to read from Andy.
Hi, Andy.
First, I mean, he was roasting you a little bit, which was funny.
Dang it.
Lots of people are. But he said, good God, that's a lot of hair. Is Josh donating to Locks of Love?
Aw.
I've been growing it out for almost a year now.
Mhm.
Thanks for noticing. It's gotten quite long.
I know.
When I shake it
moves.
Yeah. I like that your hair kind of does that natural like curl in, because I let mine grow for about a year and it got down to my shoulders.
I remember that, Nick.
Straight down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Long hair Nick. That was a phase.
It was cool. You should bring it back.
Yeah, do it for your wedding.
You looked handsome.
I liked how it looked.
Yeah. And then the beard just got a bit unruly.
Yeah,
You're gonna like the
couldn't
way
keep
you
up
look.
with the beard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. When we return, what's for dinner?
This is the best segment of the day.
America's favorite segment.
That's right.
It's awesome because we discuss what's for dinner.
Indeed.
Yeah, and maybe we shake our hair a little bit more. All right. Everyone shake their. Wow, your hair's so short, Nick, compared to what it used to
Yeah,
be.
I just got a haircut.
Compared to what it used to be. Chance writes, Josh saw my glorious hair and is catching up. Yeah, Chance's
hair is awesome.
Yeah, I'm getting closer to being able to put it up in a little
big
ponytail.
bun guy.
Yeah, but not there yet. Not there yet. Maybe someday. All right, come back, wrap up the Grum next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
So, mentioned it yesterday, we went out to Mula. We also had burgers for lunch. She made hamburgers. So, we ate incredibly well.
Happy anniversary.
Today is our actual anniversary. Mm-hmm. She's working tonight. Going to be different, but she will be home a little later, so I'm going to wait. So, for lunch today, we had salad with chicken in it. Mm-hmm. Tonight, we're going to have chicken salad, which is an entirely different situation. I know it sounds like it's the same, but it is not the same. Don't know the exact plan, but that's what's on the menu, boys.
I like that. That's good.
And I don't know. I might try to see if she'll make popcorn for us later on.
Ooh, we like popcorn.
We have an episode of Shrinking to watch tonight. Maybe we'll have ice cream. We'll have some sort of a treat later on.
A sweet treat.
Yes. And no jokes.
Sex.
So what?
That kind of treat.
That
nice.
too, probably.
Congrats.
So we'll do all those things. It should be a lovely night.
Okay. Do you want me to text you like 10:30 or like what? What's the right time to text you?
Feel free to text me whenever you want.
Okay,
you should be good by 10:03 if he starts at 10:02:50.
Bang. Damn it. Yeah, give that the double bang, Nick.
It's on the same bar. I can't do that.
Here. Yeah, there you go. I was going to say, you got some room up there. Austin, what's for dinner?
I'm debating on if I want to do like a tuna melt and actually make something like a little bit newer that's not in our fridge already, or just go straight leftovers. We made cowboy caviar last night. Very, very good.
What is cowboy caviar?
It's like, so it's just basically a bunch of different canned ingredients. You can put like some like lime juice and some different seasonings and stuff in it. So it's like corn, black beans, red beans. We put chickpeas and some cut up like peppers and stuff. It's really, really nice that you can put with like just chips and you can just eat it that way.
I was just saying, it sounds like a dip. It sounds like you're just making a dip.
But then we put some like shredded chicken and stuff over it. We have some ground turkey. So I'm trying to lean away from just doing like a leftover because that's what I had for lunch. So maybe I'll make something a little bit warmer tonight.
Nice.
Yeah.
We had chicken strips and French fries in our air fryer last night.
Hell yeah, Nick. What's tonight?
I have no clue.
Ooh. Interesting.
It's a mystery.
So that is what's for dinner. By the way, Ross Dellinger reporting within the last few minutes, friend of the Grum from Yahoo Sports. I will just read the tweet because I've not had a chance to read the story.
Okay.
A group of 18 Nebraska football players has retained counsel and poses the first serious challenge to the CSC's NIL Go Clearinghouse over rejected NIL deals, sources tell Yahoo Sports. As an arbitration hearing nears, eligibility and millions are at stake. So a story to read for tomorrow. The lead of it is the College Sports Commission has its first serious challenger. Football players from the University of Nebraska are challenging more than $1 million of third-party NIL deals rejected by college sports' new enforcement arm, becoming the first group of athletes to significantly advance in the industry's new arbitration process. Trying to find out as I scroll if any players are mentioned in here. My guess is they won't be.
Yeah, they're probably protected by the whatever like
law.
No, not necessarily, because they would all be. I mean, it's a civil suit, right? Like it wouldn't necessarily be like an illegal practices.
Yeah,
right?
no, yeah. So interesting. Something I imagine that we will talk about. I know that our audience loves it when we're reading court documents.
That is true. Is it court documents or books that are better to hear while reading?
Yeah, people make fun of me for reading books. Now you want us to talk about this court nonsense?
You're not going to read the court documents because it's not in German, Josh.
This has also been like slightly teased, right? Because if I remember like a month ago, we heard something about like Nebraska. There was something with like Nebraska and NIL that there was like some payments that weren't happening, or they were like not being, there was something, it was something along those lines where like they weren't being like approved, or Nebraska like hadn't submitted them properly. It was something along those lines, if I remember right.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So obviously something that we will be keeping an eye on, and first need to read the story. So imagine that will come up on the show tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, it's a Wednesday, which means dumb debates. Nick has feelers out to like 4 guests. We'll see if any of them respond.
My tentacles
Nick,
are far
maybe we
reaching.
hit up Ross Dellinger as well and
your
say,
tentacles?
hey, we saw your story about Nebraska. Do you want to come talk with us?
This is Nick
about
Grimm
it?
of 1620 The Zone. How are you?
Not to brag. So we'll have that. John will be back live from Madison Square Garden. We will talk about probably some Creighton basketball, some Nebraska basketball. I don't know. Anything else that comes to our mind?
Baseball.
Baseball.
You have lost your permission to talk about baseball. You didn't do a slice today, Nick.
Yeah,
I had
me
other
in
responsibilities.
studio. It's really sad.
For the radio station to work on today.
Wow, good for you.
Should've
A man of the
woken up
people.
An hour early. How long does the slice take you? Like an hour?
I got here at like 8:30 this morning.
Well, maybe
Whoa,
7:30
crazy.
next time there, Nick.
Yeah, if you really cared about a slice, you would have been here for it.
Thank you, Austin. And thank you, Austin.
Yes.
Great time as always, filling in with you. People say that you look like things on the YouTube channel.
Yeah,
which-
people are making fun of me, which is fine.
Yep, that's what happens.
I'm
when
actually
you-
cool with that. It makes me feel like people appreciate.
Yeah,
me being here.
and that's what we say to Matt. Matt, when we say these things, we appreciate you.
Yeah, exactly.
When
don't take it so
Joey
personally.
says that there's a smell to you. He's
We're not
appreciating you.
gaslighting you. You're crazy.
Joey did not say that. Did he really?
Yeah, well, because Matt gave him like a jersey, and he was like, it still has the Matt stench.
Oh my god, that's
Joey,
incredible.
Joey has rivals with everybody.
He does. He
All
does.
right.
Indeed.
For Austin, for Nick, I'm Josh. Have a great night. Enjoy your Tuesday. The sun is still up.
Nice.
The world is good. And we'll talk to you tomorrow.